Dobrý, hele, pardon, dobrý, už to funguje.
Do we have Tomáš Zouzal here? I'm asking because he wanted to start.
Tak dobré ráno, já vás tady vítám na...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the next session. For technical reasons, we meant to start with Tomáš Zouzal. It was at his own request. So I hope he is here. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the agenda, the first speaker will be Dita Homolová, and the panel's title is On the Threshold of Freedom, and we will focus on the end of World War II. Dita Homolová works in the department to study the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. At the same time, she teaches at the university the history of nobility in modern times. She will be speaking on the twilight of the Czech fascism in 1945. And now I'm giving the floor to her. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Fascism, as a political and ideological phenomenon, took on extremely diverse forms. Nevertheless, when we consider the fascist era as a whole, it is clear that most fascist movements did not achieve what Robert Paxton refers to as the phase of taking root. That is the moment when a movement becomes an organic part of its country. In this respect, Czech fascism is a particularly noteworthy case. It emerged but did not prevail. It existed but did not take root. It entered the public sphere but failed to establish itself permanently. This topic has several layers: ideological, organizational, social, and symbolic. The year of 1945 represents not only the military defeat of the occupying power, but also the final failure of the Czech variant of fascism as an ideological project. The Czech fascism got formed at the beginning of the 30th years, and the organization of Vlajka and also the national fascist community represented an attempt to adopt fascism. One of the reasons was provided by the character of the Czech nationalism, which rejected authoritarian forms of government. The degree of social cohesion and relative social equality after World War I damped radicalization. Their support never became widespread throughout society. Moreover, fascism in Czechoslovakia faced the same problem as in the rest of Europe, namely that in most countries the population was already integrated into political parties that were largely immune to fascist appeals. Although Czech historiography has not yet formulated a generally accepted definition of fascism, I draw here on Roger Griffin, who defines fascism through ideological core of paleogenesis framed by ultranationalism, anti-liberalism, and anti-communism. In terms of social stratification, it was not tied to a single social group, but rather to its current situation, which support for fascism closely linked to social crisis and the collapse of a stable worldview. Paleogenetic ultranationalism, this is the effort to revolutionary rebirth the nation through purification and new myth of identity, is not found in the Czech case. Czech fascism was derivative, divided, and lacked its own vision. This is clearly illustrated by an entry of the diary of Karl Sixth-Schwarzenberg, who noted in 1927, "I saw a fascist in uniform dressed in black with an axe on his cap. It's silly. They want to copy our shirt from the others, but it is pointless." But that is how we are. When we like something, we copy it from the end. After the occupation of Czech lands in 1939, this division deepened. The original national fascist community was dissolved, and after a major personnel change, the fascist movement Vlajka abandoned its anti-German stance and declared its loyalty to the Third Reich, which, however, considered the Czech nation inferior. This put Czech fascism in a trap. It tried to combine the idea of national pride with open subordination of a foreign power. This paradox became a permanent internal crisis. Any reflection on the nature of Czech fascism must be placed within the broader theoretical framework of modern historiography of fascism. The Czech case represents a specific type that does not correspond to the classic model of autonomous fascist movements with their own ideology. For this reason, it is necessary to approach it as a comparative problem. That is, to examine it through analytical categories that were formulated on the basis of more robust fascist movements in Europe. The shared theoretical basis of Griffin, Payne, and Gentile assumes that fascism is not merely a collection of political attitudes or organizations, but a complex ideological cultural model that must meet certain minimum parameters: an ideological core, mobilization potential, and the ability to transform politics into a mass experience. Czech fascism only partially met these criteria, and I will demonstrate this using the theories. Roger Griffin defined fascism as a paleogenetic ultranationalism, an ideology that organizes political activity around the myth of national rebirth. According to him, the core of the fascist movement is a myth that collectively identifies after the period of alleged decline. Neither Vlajka nor national fascist community were able to create a convincing narrative in the Czech nation. Instead, they relied solely on negative mobilization against liberalism, against Bolsheviks, Jews, and democratic elites. The paradox of national rebirth was most acute under the conditions of occupation. Any attempt at self-palingenesis fell apart due to the fact that they declared their loyalty to the Third Reich. It's impossible to promise national rebirth through an ideology that considers the nation inferior. From this perspective, Czech fascism was underdeveloped. It had radical nationalism but lacked the myth without which no movement can become true fascism. Moreover, Czech fascists failed to create a cult of leadership. 1945, therefore, did not mark the defeat of full-fledged fascism, but rather the collapse of an ideological substitute whose mobilizing core never became into being. Stanley G. Payne proposed a three-stage model of fascism based on ideological features, the character and dynamics of the movement, and the transformation into a regime. This model is very useful for the Czech case because it explains its weaknesses. On ideological level, Czech fascism adopted elements of the Italian model, but never managed to synthesize it. The organizational level was highly unstable, frequent splits in the national fascist community, radicalization of the Vlajka movement, or the Protectorate's Board of Trustees for Youth Education as a top-down project. There was a lack of hierarchy, a nationwide structure, and a mobilization that would transcend the limited circles of sympathizers. The third level of Payne's model, the transformation, was impossible in the Czech environment. The Protectorate placed Czech fascism in a paradoxical position. It was supposed to support the Nazi regime, not create its own. Czech fascists never achieved an autonomous position. Their role was mediated, dependent, and subordinate. From Payne's perspective, Czech fascism ceased to exist in 1945 because it never reached even the second stage of development. Emilio Gentile, Italian, conceived the fascism as a political religion in which politics becomes a source. According to him, there has to be a new liturgy, symbols, rituals to mobilize the masses. Czech fascism had practically no such level. Both the Vlajka and the community used symbols. In this respect, the closest attempt was the activity of the Protectorate's curatorium. Public celebrations, parades, and the so-called youth days. Participation was, however, forced. Gentile's model is based on the charismatic principle. In the Czech environment, this principle failed completely. Within this framework, Czech fascism is an example of a political project that failed to sacralize politics. Without rituals, without cults, without a sacred dimension, fascism turned into a mere administrative support for the regime. The Vlajka organization that was actually isolated after Jan Senrosevac was detained. And 1943, the activity came to a close. The last significant manifestation was the curatorium by Moravec. As the war progressed, its activities were limited, and then they completely collapsed. Between 44 and 45, it was clear that the Protectorate regime is collapsing. And 1945, Moravec died, and the whole system collaboration ideology collapsed as well. Post-war Czechoslovakia approached the phenomenon of Czech fascism on two levels: legal, institutional, and ideological, cultural levels. Both were closely interlinked. Legal purification legitimized cultural and memory-based dissociation from fascism, while cultural narratives provided a social backdrop for repressive measures. 1945 can be understood not only as a turning point, but as a moment of systemic liquidation of Czech fascism on all conceivable levels. Immediately after the end of the war, an extensive system of retributive justice was established to punish collaboration and public support. The basic legal was the Presidential Decree number 16/1945 collection from June 19, 1945 on the punishment of Nazi criminals, traitors and their accomplices. This decree defined new categories of criminal offenses, in particular crimes against national honor, and created a legal framework for the activities of extraordinary people courts. Those were a specific instrument of post-war justice whose aim was to punish severely. These courts were particularly active in relation to Czech fascism. Members of the Vlajka leaderships were prosecuted, including Jan Rosevac. 4 were given capital punishment. The national fascist community was also prosecuted.
Special attention was paid to representatives of the curatorium, especially those who participated in the ideological indoctrination of youth or collaborated with the Gestapo. The post-war judiciary proceeded with the knowledge that the Czech fascism was not a marginal phenomenon, but was an ideological current that was actively present in the protectorate. Therefore, it also took on the character of collective moral condemnation. Nevertheless, there was a certain difference between the currents. While the leadership of Vlajka was judged severely, a more differential manner was in the case of curatorium. Another pillar of the post-war purge were the national committees, which had the power to impose administrative sanctions, such as prohibition from holding public office, loss of voting rights, confiscation of property, prohibition from publishing or teaching. In this way, a significant portion of individuals associated with fascist organizations were removed from public life. As a result, by 1946, there was no one in the Czech political arena who publicly professed pre-war or protectorate fascist ideas. The post-war purge also had a material and organizational dimension. The Board of Trustees for Youth Education was dissolved as one of the first protectorate organizations. Its property, archives and printed materials were confiscated. Most of them were then used as evidence in court proceedings. Similarly, the infrastructure of Vlajka and NOF were also destroyed. Their offices were confiscated by national committees, and membership lists were handed over to investigative commissions, and files were shredded, which significantly influenced later historiography because sources were fragmented and much information was lost. Compared to other European countries, Czechoslovakia carried out one of the most thorough post-war purges. Apart from legal steps, there was also a process of cultural delegitimization. During the Third Republic, a consensus emerged across the political spectrum. Czech fascism was perceived as a foreign, non-Czech imported phenomenon that did not belong to the national tradition. This interpretation significantly influenced not only public debate, but also academic research in the following decades. In post-war society, the prevailing interpretation of the history of the occupation emphasized collective suffering and resistance. The phenomenon of fascism was framed as a small collaborating minority, which enabled the rapid reconstruction of national identity. The consequences were twofold. Fascism was marginalized and responsibility was individualized. This model of memory had a long-term impact on Czech society. Instead of reflecting on the causes of domestic fascism, an image of the nation primarily as a victim emerged. In the press and radio, collaboration during the protectorate was presented mainly through individual stories of traitors to the nation. The Vlajka and Curatorium were described schematically as unambiguously negative phenomena without any deeper analysis of their ideological functions. School history textbooks of the Third Republic paid minimal attention to fascism, and when they did deal with it, they did so at the level of moral evaluation. The absence of any analytical approach led to fascism being perceived not as an ideology but as a pathological deviation that had nothing to do with Czech society. The consistent post-war delegitimization of fascism also had an impact on the form of historiographical research. Until 1990s, the prevailing approach interpreted Czech fascism primarily in political terms as collaboration, not as part of the European fascist spectrum. The Marxist paradigm, based on the dogmatic definition of fascism adopted at the 7th Comintern meeting, considered fascism as thought of fascism as a counter-revolutionary direction, which was the last phase of capitalism. This definition formed the conclusions of the entire Eastern Bloc. The rigidity of this made it impossible to research it further. This image, reducing fascism to collaboration without any attempt at deeper expert analysis, understanding of ideological current, persisted throughout the communist era. The Marxist interpretation tends to overuse the term fascism for various forms of capitalism and schematically considers it a product of intensified class struggle, thereby depriving it of any internal dynamics. The post-war period saw the complete demise of Czech fascism. Fascist movements were dissolved, the leaders punished, their ideology delegitimized, and their place in national memory minimized. 1945 thus became not only the twilight of Czech fascism, but also the beginning of a long-term interpretative framework in which Czech society perceived it. 1945 marked the final collapse of Czech fascism. It disappeared without resistance, without ideological continuity, without a myth that could survive. It was defeated from the outside, but also from the inside, by its own internal emptiness, dependence on foreign power, and its inability to create an authentic ideology. From the perspective of Griffin, Payne and Gentile, Czech fascism is an example of an ideological derivative, a movement that never fulfilled its theoretical potential. It was underdeveloped, organizationally weak, and culturally inauthentic. Its lines of development were permanently interrupted, internally contradictory, and dependent on external power. These factors explain not only its inability to assert itself, but also its rapid collapse in 1945. It was not destroyed as a powerful opponent. It disappeared as a phenomenon that never matured into a fully fledged ideology. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Homolova. And the next speaker is Blanka Subáková. She's focusing on leftist youth and its impact on the society during protectorate. And in her speech, she will focus on the fates of members of the National Working Youth Movement in 1945. And so this will be the topic of her speech. And now I would like to pass the floor to her. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. By way of introduction, I would like to mention that the presentation that I prepared for you is not only a summary of the topic, but also adds something new. It adds something additional to my speech because, well, I won't have enough time to go into details. So allow me to begin the second day of the conference by introducing the resistance group National Movement of Working Youth, and then focus on three specific fates of its members at the end of World War II and shortly after. The National Movement of Working Youth was a prominent left-wing resistance organization that mainly brought together the younger generation. That is why they refer to themselves as young people. In relation to them, I will present 1945 as a period of traumatic endings and new beginnings. The composition of the movement reflected the ideological diversity of the left-wing environment: Social Democrats, the Communist Youth Union, and National Socialist Youth. Their common goal was to defend the social interest of working-class youth and democratic values. At the end of the first phase of its existence, the legal one, in March, or beginning of March 1939, the movement had an estimated 20,000 to 22,000 members, which is a remarkable number for a period of political resignation. The movement's program principles included preserving the democratic character of the Republic and rejecting the state policy of the Second Republic, referred to as a time of great national misfortune. They were based on 5 fundamental points: national independence, freedom of the people, democratic control of the economy, social justice, political and personal integrity. However, the founding Congress planned for 1939 did not take place. After 15 March 1939, when the movement's activities were banned, only a liquidation Congress or dissolution Congress was held. An illegal structure was created based on so-called troikas, which were intended to maintain a balance between the various components of the left-wing movement. The structure did not differ greatly from the previous one. Illegal county committees, district leaderships, and local authorities were created. The troika system was applied at the central and regional level, while at lower levels, political affiliation did not play such a role. However, the effort to maintain equal representation in the organization's leadership led to growing differences of opinion between the individual groups. With the transition to illegality, the influence of communist youth became more pronounced and profound in the movement, which was also reflected in the movement's ideological program, later referred to by the Gestapo as the 7-point program, which was adopted in April 1939. You can see the text here in the presentation. It was also related to other resistance movement. They wrote various mottos, and in the Ostrava region, members also helped illegal workers across the border, or to cross the border. The movement was most active in the area of illegal print, from leaflets to magazines. This was extremely important because under the new conditions of uniform protectorate journalism, which had become a tool of German propaganda, the leaflets and illegal magazines published and distributed by the resistance movement, as well as the members of the movement themselves, played a key role in informing the public about the political situation in the first months of the occupation. The importance of the illegal press did not diminish in the later period either. In addition to its own production, which in Prague concentrated around young students from the movement, publishing the magazine called Informační služba národního osvobození, or Information Service of National Liberation, other illegal magazines such as Fight, Rudé právo, and Signal were also distributed through the movement's network. The first significant arrests came in the fall of 1939, followed by others in the early months of 1940. An important role was played by František Šmíd, a Brno official of the movement, and later one of the Gestapo's most notorious informants. In the spring of 1940, the Gestapo managed to destroy virtually the entire movement through a series of arrests from Plzeň to Prague to Ostrava. The last known members were caught by the Gestapo during a large-scale operation in on May 29, 1940. The organization lost its ability to act because all its leaders were arrested, its meeting places were revealed, and its technical apparatus destroyed. The leaders were tried by the People's Court in Berlin and sentenced to 6 to 12 years in prison, while lower-ranking officials received sentences mostly of 2 to 6 years. The prisoners served their sentences in various prisons throughout the Reich. There are also known cases where prisoners were not released after serving their sentences, but were transferred to Terezín and then to Auschwitz, where they subsequently died. This was the case, for example, of Miloslav and Anežka Koč, who died there in the gas chamber in the fall of 1942 and spring of 1943, respectively. There was another member of the national movement who did not live to see the end of the war, František Šmíd. He was one of the most striking Moravian cases of a dramatic shift from active resistance fighter to key Gestapo informant. He came from Brno, trained as a locksmith, and worked at Zborovka Brno. He was a member of the National Socialist Party and then National Labour Party. Some sources state that he was in fact a member of the Communist Party and acted as an agent among the socialists, which would explain his ability to infiltrate the resistance. However, I did not manage to verify this information yet. After March 1939, his work for the national movement became illegal. He maintained contacts with Prague and Moravian committees, coordinated activities in Brno, connected the movement to the emerging resistance, including the national defense, and secured funding and the printing of leaflets. Gestapo later praised his organizational skills, stating that Thanks to his initiative, the illegal youth in Brno were extremely active. His activities were ended by Anna Žáčková's denunciation and reporting and subsequent arrest on November 14, 1939. After harsh interrogations, he began to cooperate, and on the 29th of February 1940, he was falsely released as an agent. His testimony enabled the Gestapo to infiltrate the political group. After being rearrested on May the 3rd, 1940, he was sentenced to 12 years of hard labor. But in 1942, he sent a letter to Otto Kozlovsky, and I prepared a part of the letter which you can find in the presentation. Kozlovsky picked him up, took him to Brno, and Schmidt began working as a Gestapo informant under the code number B105 and the code names such as Engineer Novak or Big Franta.
From 1943, he focused on infiltrating the illegal Communist Party of Czechoslovakia and participated in breaking the Defense of Nation group. The highlight was his role in 1944 when, together with František Bednář, he infiltrated networks connected to the Clay paratrooper group, which led to extensive interventions in Moravia. He also worked against the 1st Jan Žižka partisan brigade, whose members were eventually exposed and was executed on February 7th, 1945. It is reported that his activities contributed to the arrests of about 2,500 people, many of whom ended up in the gallows or concentration camps. Schmidt's case is an extraordinary insight into the methods of the Gestapo, the infiltration of the resistance, and the mechanisms during the occupation. After the national movement was liquidated in 1940, many of its members continued their resistance in other structures, for instance, in YMCE or Petition Board and other illegal organizations. Some joined the Communist Party. Let me remind you of the Revolutionary Youth Organization, founded in 1940, or the communist magazine Předvoj. Some served their sentences and rejoined the resistance after that, and others were liberated directly in prisons or concentration camps. What were their returns and stories like? Let's shed some more light on Miroslav Molis's life story. He was born in Prague, but he grew in Plzeň from an early age. Immediately after the occupation, he joined the national movement as a student, and he was saying that the local group was very unprofessionally led. The boys had no idea how to operate in the resistance, and after a year they were arrested by the Gestapo. On May 29th, 1940, Miroslav and his father, Josef, were arrested. His father was sentenced to for illegal work for the petition committee and the magazine Boy, and he was executed in Stuttgart, Germany. Miroslav was sentenced by a people's court to 2 years and 7 months in prison. He was released by mistake at Christmas 1942. He was actually arrested again on March 15, 1943. The reason was a note found in which he informed his fellow prisoners that Reinhard Heydrich had been assassinated. However, there was no trial. He was transferred from Pankratz to Terezín and then to Auschwitz, where he was given a job as a nurse. Then he was transferred to Buchenwald, and then he was liberated by the American army. On May 8th, he went to Pilsen, where he lived with his aunt, and he wrote, I quote, "Everyone wanted to make up for what the occupation and the war had taken from us. On Saturdays, there was dancing in the surrounding villages." He did not forget his friends from the national movement and I quote, "I don't remember exactly when it was, but after a short time, we former youth members got together. Most of us immediately threw ourselves into public work. I remember mainly Kolechko and Paszek, who began working for the Communist Party organization. We met much later with friends from Prague, South Bohemia, Pardubice, and elsewhere at a meeting where the left and right wings were already taking shape. In July 1945, out of conviction, he joined the Communist Party. He did not rush into party functions. He began to devote himself fully to journalism. In September 1945, he took additional high school exams and began studying at the School of Law of Charles University. He moved to Prague, but because his work as a journalist completely absorbed him, he dropped out, and he devoted himself to journalism and history. He wrote books on World War II, mainly on concentration camps and young people in the resistance. His personal experiences often resonated in them. Since there is not much time for me here, I will only briefly mention that later on, he started working for the Czech Union of Anti-Fascist Fighters, and he worked here as a spokesperson or as an editor-in-chief. And then let us shed some more light on the end of the war, and I will be speaking about Jiří Hájek, a member of the freedom movement, national movement, and also the spokesperson for Charter 77. He, from his student years, was active in many clubs and associations. He joined the Social Democratic Party. During the Second Republic, he became involved in the activities of the left wing of the national movement, and after the establishment of the Protectorate, he went into illegality, and in November 1939, he was arrested by the Gestapo, and in December 1940, he got 12 years, and then he was liberated in Waldheim, Saxony. We could talk at length about his post-war life, but this is not the target of this speech. I want to focus primarily on his return from the Waldheim prison, and through his memories take a look at the immediate post-war period, which was characterized by a shift in society's opinions to the left. He arrived at the Holešovice railway station in 1945 and wrote, I quote, "Those few days were like a dream. I was returning from the other world behind bars to this world, which was in the process of great change. And as I walked through the city, I saw Communist Party posters everywhere. At the Powder Tower in the former Babka, the Central Secretariat was almost already in place with a lot of flags and slogans, and there were also friends from the national movement, from National Social Democratic Party. Many actually joined the Communist Party. For Dasha, his future wife, and her friends, this was a matter of course. According to his own words, Hájek was convinced he would join the Communist Party as well, but after discussing it with his friends, especially Rudolf Slansky and Vojta Herman, he returned and helped rebuild social democracy, as he wrote, quote, "Although I still had my doubts about the usefulness of the existence of individual left-wing parties, I was persuaded that I would be most useful in building socialism in my old party. Upon my return to social democracy, I continued to be attracted to the idea of the unity of socialist forces." From 1945, he worked again in the left-wing youth movement and was a member of the Central Committee of the Pro-Communist Union of Czech Youth. In his memories, he emphasized another element that was shared with his peers and former youths to continue their activities in the youth movement. Hájek himself, after being asked to help build a unified youth organization, said, and This is a quote on the slide. You can read it by themselves. In post-war social democracy, he belonged to the left wing around the party chairman Zdeněk Firlinger, who was inclined towards close cooperation with the communists. As a result of the February coup, he participated in the negotiation on the merger of the social democracy. He was co-opted into the Central Committee of the Communist Party in 1948. And here you see his lifeline. He became a Minister of Foreign Affairs as well. In 1969, he was dismissed, and then he was expelled from the party as well after not condoning the incursion of the Soviet forces in Czechoslovakia. Then he became the spokesperson of the party, and then he was again very active in the political world. The fates of young people associated with the national movement are remarkable, not only during occupation but also after 1945. Young people, often opposed to the older generation, entered the post-war period with a clear vision of the future society in the spirit of the slogan, "Democracy is our path, socialism is our goal." Nevertheless, their life paths took very different directions, and many later evaluated their positions. Miroslav Molis gave us the closure. And now I quote, one of the defining guidelines for our thinking was our constant admiration for the Soviet Union. After all, it saved us from extermination and made the greatest sacrifices. We saw nothing else, and so we considered Stalin's order that we must not accept the Marshall Plan to be correct because it was the right of the victor. The USSR simply had the right to demand this of us. Such was our orthodox blindness. End of quote. Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker will be Tomáš Zouzal, who in the institutes has been working on the protectorate and also the training grounds in the protectorate. And he will be speaking about what happened with this military training ground after 1945. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As has been said, I will be speaking about the beginnings of the recovery within the territory of the former protectorate, Böhmen und Mähren. The military training grounds, SS, Turnplatz Böhmen, was established in 1942 south of Prague, between the rivers and Sedlčany, near Sedlčany town. The area was almost 450 square kilometers. This means it was the largest military training ground, and there were the Waffen SS organizations trained, and that was the largest Waffen SS training ground in Europe at those times. When the training grounds were established, Czech citizens had to be deported in order to make way for the soldiers. There were 30,000 Czech inhabitants living there, and 60% of them, 18,000 roughly, had to be removed from this area. 40%, the remaining 40%, roughly 12,000 people, stayed there in the area of the training grounds. They were working there as peasants or forest workers or craftsmen. And they were also employed by the SS administration. They became SS employees, and they lived with their families there. They were, however, not allowed to stay in their own houses because the administration of the training grounds would move them around very often. In the area, the capacity was up to 30,000 soldiers, and you can imagine what it looked like. There were various forces. There were actually various artillery and other forces. And the agricultural land was devastated, and also hundreds of houses were deteriorated, and the agricultural land was damaged and plowed through trenches and grenades and other ammunition. In May 1945, part of the forces went to Prague to subdue the Prague uprising, and the remaining forces tried to go in the direction of the American army. And this gave way or space for the return of the original inhabitants.
And so 3 things had to be done at the military training area. First, repatriation of the inhabitants so that people can return to their homes. The second, restitutions of property, because property had been confiscated for the benefit of the Third Reich. And third, economic restoration. So the villages and larger estates and farms or woods, forests had to be again put in order. Again, here I would like to emphasize that if you were to count all the settlements and villages, it would be some 175 villages or larger settlements. And the military area also was in the area of two cities, including Sedlčany. When the war was over, a number of issues arose. People started coming back spontaneously, some of them even before the 8th of May. But they found their houses in a terrible state, or in depending on where it was. For instance, some houses were completely destroyed if it was in an area that was directly in the military area. If it was on the outskirts of the military area which was used more economically, then the settlements were in better state. But some houses were served as accommodation for officers, military officers. Then in that case, these houses were not damaged, and sometimes actually even reconstructed during the war if they were used as housing or accommodation for military officers. In the first post-war year, the question was whose competence it was to deal with this issue, because there were many administrative changes going on. The national committees were created to replace the former local councils, and there were a number of other changes. Such decrees of the President of the Republic were issued, but no implementing regulations followed. So basically we could say that the people were entitled to restitute their property, to receive their property back, but nobody knew how they should go about it. And since May 1945, various delegations of local people started visiting the area, such as the members of the newly established national committees or district committees. They started to have meetings in Prague with high-ranking officials. And the first delegation that visited Ministers Mayer, Nosek, Drtina and others talked about terrible conditions in the district and asked for help. And they emphasized that since the area was damaged by war, plus the Soviet army was still present, this caused other issues. There were also thousands prisoners of war from Germany. Some numbers say even 18,000 German POWs. I've also mentioned that some people started to come back simultaneously, but the National Committee in Benešov told them to wait, told them not to come back and wait for official permission to come back. This was due to several factors. One of them was that it was dangerous because there was ammunition in fields, in the wells, sometimes even in cellars and basements. But it didn't prevent all inhabitants from coming back, and some of them, and there were mass returns in some cases. Decree number 5 of 1945 was issued on the invalidity of certain property settlements. This brings us to property restitution, and another decree 19 of 1944 or 11 of 1944 and others. I will quote documents from that time about related to SS Benešov area. The following is written there. As regards housing and economic buildings, the municipalities have to be divided into 3 groups. A, settlements that were fully used as Hof, so they were used as housing and accommodation for German officials. Forest or by forest and workers. These are in a good condition and are inhabitable, so the former inhabitants could come back, provided that the current inhabitants move out. And this brings me to the results of the internal movements and resettlements during the war. There are only some minor repairs necessary. The second group were municipalities and settlements that are partially settled with buildings that have larger damages. Sometimes they are missing windows, doors, etc. And again, this brings me to further damages because during the training area, there were not only direct damages caused by the military training, but since the training area had to be further developed and there were some barracks built and other military buildings, the building material was used from the houses that were abandoned by the former inhabitants. That's why there were actually parts of the houses missing. Plus, the soldiers used the wood from the houses for heating. And the third group are municipalities that are not inhabited and are largely damaged. Parts of the houses are missing. There are no doors, windows, roofs are damaged. Sometimes beams are missing. Some walls have been broken down. And in some cases, even the houses were dismantled for building material, or they were set on fire or destroyed by the military trainings. They have no electricity, and the electricity wires were taken away. One such municipality was the municipality of Dalashice, where approximately half of the houses have to be rebuilt completely from scratch. So this was the area worst affected. When we look at agricultural land, we have to look at the changes stemming not only from the fact that some inhabitants had to start working for SS Hof, as forced labor, but what happened elsewhere in 1950s during collectivization happened here in 1940s. So there started to be some changes. Some enterprises were destroyed, mills were looted, and so on. I've mentioned various approaches to administration. There are some new bodies established at the military training area. There's, for instance, a national administration and a national committee of expropriated areas. And in the end, it ended up that, or the result was that the area was completely destroyed. At the military training area, the situation started slowly to change to the better, but it took some time. We can read from time reports that the local inhabitants could not return because the former employees of SS Hof still lived there, because it took some time. Not everyone was able to come back in May 1945, and even sometimes they have to wait for the autumn, for harvest and so on. And of course, not everyone was able to come back. I would say the majority was able to return, but some had to, or some were prevented from coming back. This area does not have a very fertile land. So some people actually moved elsewhere where the land was more fertile, and they actually preferred staying there because they had better harvest and better farming conditions. But we cannot also forget about the border areas. So some people had the opportunity to move to the border areas and to live in houses that formerly belonged to the Germans, the Sudeten Germans. But this was only a very low percentage. My time is almost up, so I will just say that the economic restoration went far beyond 1945 and continued well into the 1950s, including national support, because war damage had to be compensated for. There was also and the state assistance or state aid stopped in early 1950s. So with some vague justification that there has been sufficient progress made in the area of economic restoration and that it is no longer necessary to provide state aid. And on the 1st of April 1952, the Ministry of the Interior decided so and justified it by the economic increase and the rise in the level in the living conditions of the population. However, sometimes people were trying to put things in order for decades. In between, collectivization took place, and some damages and harms, even restitutions, were not remedied until today. So that's it on my behalf, and thank you for my attention. So the last speaker of the first panel is Petr Anev, who is focusing on agrarians, entrepreneurs during the Protectorate and World War II. And many students were persecuted from these ranks. And we will look at the topic of the restoration of Czech universities in 1945 after they had been closed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In my presentation, I will focus on the reopening of Czech universities after their closure in 1939 and 1945. So this topic is, of course, connected to the previous events, well-known events of the 17th of November 1939, and the closing of universities for the following 6 years. When the universities were first formally closed for 3 years, 9 students were shot dead. Some 1,200 students were taken to concentration camps. And these students and student officials were supposed to be organizing demonstrations on the 15th of November and 28th of October. But it is known that they did not participate in organizing those protests. It is important to remember that apart from those 1,200 people taken to concentration camps, Sachsenhausen, there were other thousands of students who were banned from continuing their studies. And these events have to be perceived as a part of a larger process of Germanization, where the Nazis tried to destroy Czech intelligentsia. This was a process that took place in other occupied territories. We could name, for instance, Krakow, the 6th of November 1939, when the Jagiellon University in Krakow was attacked, and professors of the university were taken to Sachsenhausen as well. In 1940, students in France were persecuted, as well as in Norway and subsequently in other countries as well. In 1942, it was confirmed that that universities won't be reopened. And the student delegation that came to K.H. Frank learned from him that universities will be reopened only if England will win the war. Otherwise, they have to be satisfied with elementary schools. As part of the Nazi policy, even secondary schools were restricted in the protectorate.
Za 5 let.
During the 5 years of the protectorate, the period of the protectorate saw the closure of roughly 1/3 of schools, and the ranks of students had been halved. 1945, what was happening in that year? University buildings have been returned to universities. Many buildings were part of German universities. Some university buildings were used by the Wehrmacht. Some were used by the Gestapo, and some by the SS and other security forces. In dormitories, there were German students housed. For instance, in Brno, there is the Massarigs dormitory, and there were German students as well as the security forces members. And in the Konitsowe dormitories, there was a prison. The university's buildings and property had been damaged during the war greatly. And in the course of the war, what happened? The teaching had been phased out, but also the research activity had been marginalized. The first idea was to eliminate it at all, but then part of the research activity had been renewed in a smaller scale, on smaller case. For instance, Professor Heirovsky was still researching, and some institutes, research institutes, were still practicing because they were instrumentalized by the Nazi regime. What happened during the Second World War? The university insignia were lost. In 1943, 1934, those insignia were given to the Czech state. However, 1939, the Germans took them, and later, during the war, the Nazi took the scepter and also the chain, and they took them to work to the Reich, and there was also the founding document, the so-called Golden Bulla, and they were lost. There's a lot of students were persecuted, and scores of university teachers were executed or tortured from the Charles University and other universities. That means that towards the end of the war, the number of professors was very low. The numbers were very low. Old universities had been then reopened. The university for mining was removed from Příbram to Ostrava. A new university, Palackého, was established, and University for Political and Social Sciences had been established. Some documents remained in Charles University. There were the university papers and results still there, so the students who were admitted before the war could continue their universities. Well, the study years at German universities were not recognized after the war. There were some Czech students who could study in the Reich. In 1945, German universities were abolished by the presidential decree, and in May and June, Czech universities were reopened. For instance, Charles University, the Faculty of Arts. Zdeněk Nejedlý was the Minister of Education. As has been mentioned by me, there weren't enough professors available after the war. However, the ranks of students they swelled because there were students who had to interrupt their studies in 1939, and there were younger students. That means the ratio was twisted in the favor to the students, ratio between students and professors. At the same time, collaborators were cleansed. In 1945, no tuition was collected, no admission procedures were in place. However, the teaching quality was fairly high. The quality standards were lower after 1948. As for the students, female students who had to interrupt the studies in 1939, what happened? They very often got married. That means, in other words, in 1948 there were male students and female students studying who had to interrupt their studies. However, the female students could not enter the student life because they were married by then. There weren't not enough buildings or auditoriums as well, so they had to look for different alternative spaces. After 1945, the communists wielded considerable influence. However, among students, there were also other parties from the National Front represented. Jan Bělehradek, the Social Democrat, was very pronounced among students who emigrated after 1948. He was the chancellor, and then also Karel English became the chancellor, who criticized the process of nationalization after the war. He didn't belong to the National Front, though he was a member of the Socialist Party for some time. When speaking about 1945, we must mention that that was a year when the National or International Student Congress took place in Prague. What happened in November 1945, there was a week of celebration within the framework of this International Student Congress. Prague was a very important place for that Congress, and the International Day of Students was actually proclaimed in August 1946 in England. This is the only World Student Day related to the events in then Czechoslovakia. The students who 1940 renewed the Center for Czechoslovak Students in Exile were engaged in proclaiming that an international day. What they also achieved was that the medical students could resume their studies in Oxford, and then they were useful during the war as physicians in various countries. This student center then achieved the holiday, the World Student Day, and Franklin Roosevelt also supported this idea. What happened after the war? The day, the International Student Day or World Student Day was proclaimed the day of the 17th of November. And then 1946, there was another International Students Day. There were 52 countries represented, and the International Union of Students was established. The chairman was Josef Groman, a Czechoslovak representative, although there were other candidates. However, later, this International Union of Students was grabbed by the communists. And Josef Groman was one of the Czechoslovak representatives and chairman. He was also at play there. As for universities in 1945, what I want to say is the intelligentsia between Nazi occupation and communist dictatorship, the students were playing their role in their demonstrations in February 1948. They were the only group within the society who were actively fighting the emerging dictatorship of the Communist Party. After 1948, many students would be expelled from universities or imprisoned by the communist regime. Among them, for instance, Wojciech Janečka, who had organized the International Union of Students in 1945, a People's Party member who then cooperated with Milada Horakova. Part of the students after 1948 emigrated abroad. And when democracy returned to our country on November 17th, which is a symbolic day for us. That means that our country became free again in 1989. Thank you. I would like to thank the speaker for his speech, and we still have some minutes remaining for questions from the audience, so you may ask now if you have a question. I appreciate greatly the particular insight into those events. Now I'd like to ask about the municipalities around Sedlčany and Nevelkov. You described the situation minutely. How was it? How did it play out in the political behavior of the people? Because there were people who were agrarians, at least in their minds. Well, I see that this is a question for me. However, this was a paper read out by my colleague Zozal, and he is not here anymore. So I cannot answer your question at all, but try getting him or connecting with him. You will find his email on the web page of the Institute. Stříbrný is my name. I truly enjoyed your speeches, and I have a question for Ms. Zubakova. I am a member of the anti-fascist fighters, so I knew many people, and there is still a name you mentioned, Vlastislav Kroupa. This is a extraordinary name or person, a strange person, I would say. Do you know something about that person?
Thank you for the question. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is a very peculiar figure in our history. But I will include it in my research project, but I try to approach it as a whole. I try to look at the motives of the then young people, why they entered into the national movement, why they joined the movement. And I look at it from Pilsen to Ostrava, so I have a very holistic approach. And in my future monography, I will focus on dozens of personalities. So my current research focuses on some 180 people currently. So yes, the person you mentioned is included in my research, but in order to give you a better idea of 1945, I decided to to focus on 1945 as such, not on the personality that you mentioned. Okay, we have last 2 minutes, so if there is a question. If not, well, thank you for your attention. And now we can break for coffee and we'll reconvene at 10:30. So you have some 10 to 15 minutes for coffee break, which is on the first floor. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and we can continue with the panel number 7. How the year 1945 shaped today. I can announce that we will discuss about the year 1945 in point of view from the experts from United States of America and from Poland. First of all, I would like to present you Mr. Don Ritter. Honorable Don Ritter is the former member of the Congress of United States of America, and he's a representative of the Remembrance Society. And his speech for today's conference is platforming a perverse view of the Second World War and the meaning of 1945. So, Don, please, the speech is yours.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you at this very important conference, and I want to thank Uster and Kamil, the Deputy Director, Kamil Nedovitsky, and also Ladislav Kudrina, the Director, who I hear is a little ill this morning, and he's not going to be with us, and the Uster team for putting this important conference together. Memory is so crucial, and it's under attack by forces that have something to do with technology, politics, and institutions like Uster can be great protectors of the idea of memory. If you don't remember what happened, you're maybe bound to repeat it, and history is full of unfortunate repetitions. Also thank Barbara, both who has been the conference administrator, director. The revisionism of World War II history is very popular in certain circles in the United States today. Well, what does that mean? Well, you remember the arguments in the 1930s where Hitler was for economic growth and economic partnership with the United States would have been important, and we should not have opposed Hitler, we should have cooperated with him. In the 1990s, early 1990s in the United States, a former staffer, a public relations press staffer for Nixon, for Ford, and for Reagan, Ronald Reagan, presidents of the United States, Pat Buchanan wrote a book that was a counterfactual book that excused Hitler's Germany and provided motivations for German behavior, like, for example, the Czech Sudetenland had a lot of German speakers, 35%. Therefore, why shouldn't Germany have this land? And that would preserve peace and order in Europe. Or Germans wanted a corridor through Poland to Danzig. Well, it was a simple corridor. A lot of German speakers in Danzig. Why shouldn't they have been given this corridor? The denial or the minimization of the Holocaust in today's revisionism is startling, given what we know, given the accepted norms of historical study, and 1,000 to 2,000 books written on these subjects. All of a sudden, you are having a counterfactual narrative extant in US culture and US politics. And what this what this means is its social media capacity, the technology of the internet, and the ability of certain persons to individualize history. In other words, if you can platform, if you can have a major podcast on the internet, and you provide a different view and you're very good at it, in other words, you're good at PR, public relations, you're good at theater, you can win over millions of people, and that's what's happened in the United States. The internet and social media is a megaphone for this individualized media, individualized views of history. You know, Churchill has become the villain in this individualized media on the far right of conservative Republican politics. Churchill is really the cause of World War II, in that he didn't allow the Germans to have their kind of natural historical evolution and sway over European affairs. He fought them, and you know, Chamberlain was right. You know, what are we going to war for? Churchill is pushing us into the war, and who is pushing Churchill? Bankers, industrialists, militarists in government, people who have been persecuted by the Germans, i.e., that is, the Jews. So in this narrative, the Jews are responsible for World War II, and Hitler was misunderstood. This is, to those of you sitting in this room, of course, this is like insane. But with a social media platform and a very attractive conspiratorial approach, you can get quite a following. Tucker Carlson, one of these individuals, has a following of 2 to 4 million people. And he has no background whatsoever in historical studies, in education in this field, but he's got the platform to promote this conspiratorial view of World War II, where the greatest victims of the war, the Jews, and they're responsible. The denial of the Holocaust, or that the Holocaust was somehow an inconvenience because the German army was moving so fast through its conquered areas that it had to put people in camps like at summer camp or something. You know, and the other part of this narrative is, hey, the communists won in that war. The Soviet Union won. It conquered Eastern Europe with all of the horrors that ensued. And Hitler was going to fight these people, let them fight it out. Let Hitler defeat Stalin. You know, that's part of the narrative. And another point to this narrative is that the Jews are responsible for the victory of communism. You know, the United States, this is a little-known narrative because the Russians have pushed their narrative, but the narrative that Russia in the Great Patriotic War won it by itself, you know, all by itself, is so false. And the amount of American aid in terms of trucks and all kinds of industrial material is enormous, by the way. That's a great story. And really, I haven't bumped into it too often, other than this is what happened, but the story behind the American supply of Russia, of the Soviet Union in World War II, is a great story, and it's unwritten. And they never could have moved so fast, pushing that Eastern Front westward without American support. Tens of thousands of trucks, just for an example. So you have people like Tucker Carlson. And, I know these are just names to you, but they're individuals who have used very effectively the internet. You have a person called Candace Owens, who is a rabid anti-Semite. And she's now, according to certain sources, got America's leading podcast. And it's anti-Semitic to its core. And they don't call themselves anti-Semites, they're anti-Zionists, but it works out that the Jews are responsible for everything that's gone wrong in humankind. The debate has engaged the great stalwart organization of American conservatives in our era, the Heritage Foundation, and its president, who in a video, which has not been taken down, defended Tucker Carlson, said Tucker Carlson is his friend. By the way, Tucker Carlson is a major contributor. There's a contractual relationship involving at least $1 million with Tucker Carlson's podcast and the Heritage Foundation. But the Heritage Foundation its principles of America's greatness, the creed of what it means to be an American. That was the nature of the Heritage Foundation. Now that is being called into question every day. There's another editorial in a newspaper or commentary on television, and the president of the Heritage Foundation, a man named Kevin Roberts, has come under fire. What I'm trying to say here is that this platforming of counterfactual history has reached the highest levels in the Republican Party. It's I think, a distinct minority, but it's loud. It's very loud, and it's very appealing because of the almost Hollywood style of some of these podcasters. It's very appealing to those who are not educated, who have no idea of these of the accepted narrative. And also, there's an anti-Americanism to this whole theme, that America just doesn't do things right. And these themes appeal to the parties who have grievance. And young American males are targets for these people, particularly young American males. Trump has just weighed in, actually. In my written comments, he had not yet spoken about this, but he was asked by a reporter, and he said, well, Tucker Carlson can do what he wants to do. I'm not sure that was the right answer. Free speech. It's okay. It's Tucker Carlson, it's not me. And J.D. Vance, the vice president, who's very close to Tucker Carlson, and Tucker's son, Buckley, named after the great conservative icon, William F. Buckley, works for J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance, in his speeches, this is the heir apparent to the MAGA, the Make America Great Again movement, which Trump has initiated and fostered and built. He has removed the very basic thought of the basic principles of America's founding, based on Judeo-Christian understanding of the world and the principles of the Judeo-Christian base to modern society, modern democratic society. He's now avoiding Judeo, and it's now Christian, which is kind of interesting. So there's this movement on the far right in the Republican Party. So, Trump has a daughter who married Jared Kushner, a Jewish guy, and she converted to Judaism, his daughter Ivanka. And their 2 children are being brought up in Jewish tradition. So, that's an issue here which has not been, it has not really been a part of the story, but the story is ongoing. Now, Jew hatred or anti-Semitism, which is what's going on with these podcasters, is not confined to the far right. The far right has its revisionist thoughts of World War II and who's responsible and who are the good guys. I mean, Churchill was the bad guy. He saved civilization, and yet he is demeaned as a warmonger, and Hitler, as I mentioned, misunderstood. Wow. The Democratic Party and its far-left fringe, as you may have seen, has been very much involved on the side of the Palestinians, and to the extent that they have been supportive of Hamas, which is a modern-day version of Nazism. Islamic fundamentalism is the closest thing you're going to get to totalitarianism. And I have a lot of experience with Afghanistan. This is what's happened. Afghanistan is sunk into a pit of totalitarianism in a way human experience has not been exposed to. The progressive left in the United States looks upon Israel through the lens of wokeism or intersectionality, this idea that race and gender and sexuality are the drivers of social engagement and political progress. The progressive left, who looks upon Israel, for example, as an oppressor, and that the Palestinians are the oppressed, that they have engaged in settler colonialism, and that they are white supremacists. The fact that 15% of the Israeli population are black Ethiopians, and there's a heck of a lot of brown Semitic Arab Israelis. So there has been in American politics on the far left, again, so promoted by the internet and social media. I mean, if you go on media and you look up this stuff, it's crazy to anybody with a historical purview. The Marxist fringe of the Democratic Party, they just elected a Marxist mayor of the biggest Jewish population city in the world, New York City, Doron Mamdani, whose principles are not left. They are Marxist. Now, how he governs is another story. We'll see. But that far-left Marxist element.
A tento velice progresivní marxistický prvek v demokratické straně,
A horseshoe, let's say, with the green element in politics. Green being the color of Islam. And it's a red-green engagement. And they, too, are platforming these ideas that are counterfactual, they're counter-historical, they're ahistorical, but yet they have quite a following. So it's both sides of the political coin. Again, Islamic fundamentalism, what Hamas represents, is to throw gays off of the roof of buildings. They shoot their own citizens in the street who disagree with them. The modern version of the Nazis. October 7th is a mini Holocaust when you think of it, and yet on October 8th, the Students for Justice for Palestine in the United States were out in the street demonstrating against American policy towards Israel. Dr. Schmilo will be talking about, did we win World War II? And I think that's a fascinating issue. Russia had great losses, but it won. Eastern Europe lost. China, where Mao's people were fighting the Japanese and eventually took control of China, was a victor. Totalitarian regimes were victors. Now, they're not quite totalitarian today because they've adopted many capitalist principles, which has private sector activity and small business, but the state is still very important. Authoritarianism is what we would say today, not totalitarianism. And the legacy of World War II, we had a good idea of what was moral and what was not. The Holocaust was immoral. Hitler was immoral. The immorality of totalitarian rule is now being turned on its head, where the democracies and free peoples are responsible for the ills of the world. Grievance is a very strong motivating force. Envy, grievance, and the internet has made this possible. Ronald Reagan said that, and I would consider myself a Ronald Reagan Republican from the get-go. I had lived, by the way, in the Soviet Union under Leonid Brezhnev, high-octane communism. The Vietnam War was raging. You could smell it, you could feel it, the horror, the shared poverty economically, but also the shared poverty spiritually. The deadening look in people's eyes. Anyway, Ronald Reagan said that freedom is never more than one generation from extinction. And I think those of us here in this room who deal with the importance of memory and learning from memory understand this. And it's great to be with people like you who have devoted their lives and their personal and professional lives to keeping memory alive and well, and contesting. It's important to contest these fringe elements that are a kind of cancerous growth on modern democratic society. So vigilance, education. I might add that the Remembrance Society is producing a world-class curriculum on communism that we will be distributing throughout American high schools and colleges, and education at all levels. And the other idea is faith. Whatever your faith is, and if you're not a religious person, but you have faith that favors life over death, a moral base that understands the difference between good and evil. These are, old as the human race, but very important in today's society in counteracting the platforming of counterfactual history and the elimination of the importance of memory. Thank you.
So many thanks to Donald Ritter for his very interesting and I must say also the actual speech about the situation in the United States and not only in the United States. And the second panelist is Professor Miroslav Šumilo from the Institute for the national remembrance of Poland, and the title of his speech is Did we win the World War II? Discussion on the National Victory Day in Poland. So please, Miroslav, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for invitation. Dziękuję za pozvanie. In many countries, European countries, May 8th is a day to celebrate the end of the war and the victory over Nazi Germany. But in Poland, opinions on the celebration of Victory Day are divided. For Poland, the end of World War II held a special significance. In 1939, Poland was the victim of aggression from both Germany and the Soviet Union. Poles fought alongside the Allies on all fronts, from the first to the last day of the war. Unfortunately, despite this enormous contribution to the war against Hitler, Poland was omitted from the victory parade in London on June 8th in 1946. This was bitter proof of our country's marginalization in the post-war world order. The West still considered that any emphasis on Poland's contribution to the victory over the Third Reich was unnecessary irritation for Stalin. The outcome of World War II was unfavorable for Poland. Nearly 6 million citizens lost their lives, a large number were injured. Over 30% of the Polish intelligentsia was exterminated. Most major cities were destroyed. The capital of Poland, Warsaw, lay in ruins. Its population killed or expelled. Poland irrevocably lost two important cities in the east, Vilnius and Lviv, which had played a significant role in Polish history. The territory of Poland decreased from 388,000 kilometers to 312,000 kilometers. And Poland was therefore moved from east to west, and this was accompanied by mass population displacement. So the end of World War II was more than just Germany capitulation. It was also the beginning of new order, the birth of the Cold War, the division of Europe, and for many nations, a new enslavement and the need to once again fight for true independence. In communist-ruled Poland, May 9th was declared a holiday in accordance with directives from Moscow, which declared Victory Day throughout the Eastern Bloc. The decree signed by Bolesław Bierut read as follows. In order to commemorate for all time the victory of the Polish nation and its great allies over the German invader, democracy over Nazism and fascism, freedom and justice over enslavement and violence, May 9th as the day of the end of hostilities will be the national day of victory and freedom. During the communist era, May 9 was celebrated primarily as a day on which, during various ceremonies, for example in schools and military units, the brotherhood in arms with the Soviet Union and the Red Army was recalled, especially during round anniversaries. However, for the Polish communists, another victory date was much more important, namely July 22, in 1944, when the manifesto of the Polish Committee of National Liberation was announced, and thus a new Polish state was born under the protectorate of Moscow. So July 22 was the main national holiday of the Polish People's Republic. After the fall of communism in 1989, when the old national holidays, May 3rd, on the day on which the first Polish constitution was proclaimed, and November 11th, Independence Day, were restored. The National Victory and Freedom Day on May 9th remained in the official calendar. In Warsaw, it was celebrated primarily at the Soviet Soldiers' Cemetery in Warsaw, without large audience, but with the participation of representative units of the Polish army and post-Soviet states. Let's now examine the place of 1945 in the collective memory of Polish society. Public opinion polls in 1987 showed that the end of World War II ranked the first among anniversaries that should be celebrated with particular solemnity. This date was indicated by 46% of respondents. So there were likely two reasons for this response. First, the official message of communist propaganda, and the second, the still fresh memory of the war among the older generation of Poles. In a similar survey in 2004, only 17% of respondents indicated the end of World War II. In 2009, Poles were asked about the outcome of World War II for their country, and 31% of respondents believed that Poland won an unconditional victory. The same percentage believed that the Polish victory was incomplete. 23% believed that Poland was not a winner in World War II, and the remaining 15% had no opinion on the matter. People who included their country among the winners emphasized that Poland belonged to the victorious anti-Hitler coalition and regained independence after being liberated from German occupation. They also spoke of Poland's significant military contribution to the victory, its perseverance in combat, and the heroism of our soldiers. Okay. No. The sense of defeat stemmed from the fact that Poland did not regain independence and became dependent on the Soviet Union, as well as from the introduction of communist system in the country. Attention was often drawn to the large material losses and the loss of the eastern territories, which were incorporated into the Soviet Union after the war. The second element of the pessimistic assessment of World War II is the belief that Poland had no influence on the course of events, because from the Polish perspective, the war was a clash of two totalitarian systems, and its outcome was decided solely by the world powers. It is not easy to definitively answer to the question of whether Poland emerged victorious or defeated from this conflict. Historians do not provide a clear, simple answer, but rather compile of balance of losses and ambiguous gains. So two perspectives clash in the debate. According to the first perspective, Poland lost the war because it did not retain real sovereignty and borders. It lost a huge part of its territory. According to the second perspective, the main war goal for Poland under Nazi terror was to preserve the state on the map of Europe and to save the Polish nation from biological extermination and permanent enslavement as subhumans unter Menschen. In this perspective, Poland won the war because the alternative was a victory by Nazi Germany, which would have resulted in significantly greater losses. In this perspective, the Soviet Union victory and renewed subjugation were the lesser evil for Poland. From the Polish point of view, 1945 can be treated as a bitter victory. The National Day of Victory and Freedom continued in its old communist form until 2014. It became increasingly controversial, particularly because of the large celebrations held in Russia. In 2010, Polish soldiers commemorate the 65th anniversary of the end of the war. They march in Red Square alongside Russians, representative of post-Soviet countries, and the United Kingdom, United States, and France. The Institute of National Remembrance, our institute, pointed out at that time that the celebration on Victory Day in Russia was linked to maintaining the Stalinist historical narrative based on propaganda falsifications, according to which the Red Army brought freedom and independence to all European nations. In late March 2015, Łukasz Kamiński, president of the Institute of National Remembrance, sent a letter to the Speaker of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, requesting the abolition of the National Day of Victory and Freedom. A similar motion was submitted by members of parliament from the opposition Law and Justice Party. But the Democratic Left Alliance, on the other hand, proposed the Victory Day as a public holiday be moved from May 9 to 8, because on that day all of Western Europe celebrates the victory. In a discussion the same, Stanisław Pięta from Law and Justice said, "This bill simply makes no sense because there has never been any victory. We must interpret history from the perspective of our own interests. The fact that one barbarian defeated another barbarian is no reason for Poles to celebrate, because for us it was a change of occupation. This holiday should not be celebrated on either May 9 or 8. So, despite this criticism, in April 2015, the Sejm passed a law establishing National Victory Day, celebrated on May 8th. It was intended to be an opportunity to commemorate Poland's contribution to the defeat of the German Reich in World War II. And the holiday is celebrated in Warsaw and other cities with the participation of the Polish army and numerous notables, but without a large audience. So, in my opinion, we should end this fiction and abolish Victory Day on May 8th. The real Victory Day in Poland falls on August 15th, the anniversary of the victory over the Bolsheviks near Warsaw in 1920. Thank you for your attention.
So many thanks to Miroslav to present us the point of view, Polish point of view about the year 1945, and we will continue with the other panel about the symbols. It will be debate. Tak, prosím Petra Blažka, aby s kolegy přišli.
So now I would like to ask Mr. Blaszek and my colleagues to change the name text, and we will continue about propaganda and the building of cults in Czechoslovakia after 1945.
Co tak to máš? Vladislav Vančura a nacismu. No jo, Krejcár zase. Máš tam fotku? Velký? Já vlastně takhle o tom jeho životě skoro nic nevím. No. Jo. Karel Litický, jo.
Tak, dobré dopoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our discussion panel, which is part of the conference titled The Year 1945 in a Global Context. I would like to introduce the colleagues, members of the panel. I will start with Zdeněk Lukeš, who is historian of architecture, but is also a historian and an architect, perhaps such. He works for the office of the President of the Republic, and he's also a member of the Board of Trustees of the Museum of the Memory of 20th Century. I'm sure you know him from many works on history of architecture, which he addresses in a wider cultural context and his societal context. We also have Petr Kouda, historian, Department of the History and History Education, Faculty of Education of Charles University, and at the same time he led a Collegium Bohemicum, an organization which prepared a permanent exposition in Ústí nad Labem, focusing or titled Our Germans. He's also an author of a number of publications and works. Most recently, he published work on Mr. Vančura and his cult. And another representative of that department of history is Jan Šindelář. He's also a historian and he's an expert on memorials. He wrote a number of interesting studies and articles on the topic in question. For instance, a very interesting article on the Memorial of Brotherhood by Karel Pokorný. And last but not least, Michal Macháček, a colleague from the museum, who is the head of the Department of Historical Education of the Museum of Memory of the 20th Century. He's an expert on Gustav Husák, especially. But he wrote a number of other studies and works. And currently, he's working on a monography on Miloš Zeman, the former Czech president. And I'm sure he'll also focus on other topics too. When I talked to the panelists, I thought that perhaps we could take opportunity of the fact that each of them has their own specialization and focus, but at the same time they all reach into the wider study of history of culture. So perhaps I would ask Zdeněk Lukeš first to perhaps describe our main topic, so building the cults or building of cults in Czechoslovakia after 1945, with a focus on general cultural climate constituted after 1945, so gradually constituted after 1945. So, dear colleague, the floor is yours. Zdeněk, the floor is yours. Hello. Well, history of cult has its own tradition here in Czechoslovakia. And during the First Republic, in connection with the father of the nation, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk. So now we just had to create new cults, and this was demonstrated not only in culture as such, but also in architecture, in visual arts, and so on, because everything now changed and focused on the Soviet, or copied the Soviet model. And perhaps I would even say that culture became militarized, so to say, which symbolizes perhaps, or which is symbolized by the main theorist of socialism, namely Zhdanov, who wrote theoretical works on various aspects of culture under socialism, and how culture should be demonstrated in a socialist realism. Zhdanov, after World War II, was promoted to the rank of general. And here we could find Mr. Burian, the interwar period avant-garde artist who became the director of the military theater in Vinohrady and became a colonel. And he even went to work in wearing his colonel uniform. And during normalization years, after 1968, after the Soviet occupation of the Warsaw Pact countries, the main ideologist was a very bad painter, Scholta, who was the chief of a military culture studio, and he was the husband of an actress, of Czech actress Jiřina Švorcová. So all this was demonstrated in the onset of socialist realism as the only allowed cultural current and direction. And right after World War II, new memorials of the Red Army were built. One of the first ones was built in Opava, and then another one was in Olomouc, built in 1946 or 45, 46. It was a Red Army memorial that was designed by Mr. Kovář, a very famous architect and son of Jan Kotěra, another famous Czech architect, and he was inspired by famous Marian column on in Olomouc, on the Olomouc main square. So new memorials, Red Army memorials, were being built, and all this culminated by the memorial of Joseph Stalin. So this was the most important memorial. It was built on Letna in order to become visible from basically even the downtown of Prague.
Before 1946, there was a major architect competition announced for building the parliament, because we needed a parliament building during the wartime. Our parliament convened in the Rudolfinum building, concert hall, and there was the winner, Jaroslav Fragner, who was a high flyer at that time, and he actually designed a neoclassicism building together with Vincent Makowski. What is interesting is that both these architects won a pre-war architect competition for the monument celebrating Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, despite his wish not to have one. And Fragner and Makowski won that competition before the war times. But as I have said, there was after the war, the decision was to build the Stalin monument, and the new icons were celebrated, Julius Fučík and Gottwald, etc. Well, I personally was rather interested in the architecture, and 1948, the only style permitted for architects who were working in state institutes, socialist realism. And Jiří Krohák was the proponent, the leader of that socialist realism style. And he was a pioneer in the functionalism style before, some time ago. And Krohák shocked the architects when he, as a comrade, criticized his, and I quote, petty bourgeois works being under the influence of the petty bourgeois ideas. All pre-war avant-garde in Czechoslovakia was left-wing, and that's why we have to understand it in this way. And the other party members, the other architects also wrote such critical reviews of their former works. Then there was a magazine, Soviet Architecture, titled and issued, and it copied the Soviet-style magazines. And many architects who would disagree would be put behind bars. And this is my opening, which I will conclude saying that Jiří Kroha, after when the Stalin cult was criticized and removed, then Jiří Kroha was convicted by the new decree, and he was sentenced. It was a symbolic sentence at that time, but it's just a piece of interesting information about the times that were ushered after the Second World War. And Josef Kroha then designed a university campus in Brno, but that was from 1947. And then he switched because after the communist putsch in 1948, he had to work within the Stalin's ideas. Well, Dr. Doležalová had a presentation yesterday, and she was saying that after 1945, here, a new structure of relations or of contacts came to fore, and the state economy emerged very fast, rapidly. In 1945, there were the beginnings visible in former Czechoslovakia. I would frame it by saying that 1945, a new ministry was established, which Václav Kupecký uses for building the cults in relation to the new socialist ideology in relation to the Soviet Union. And maybe Petr will be speaking about it even more, because it was not unusual in the First Republic that writers would become politicians. For instance, Machar was one of them, and a number of people were significant when forming the ethos of the First Republic, such as Karel Čapek. So this is changing because writers, but also representatives of other professions become politicians, but they will be bureaucrats rather. And another shift visible in 1945 already is the shift towards the Soviet Union. Non-communist traditions are being destroyed, and communist ideology prevails. Everything that is not communist is pushed to the side. There is a very nice book by Petr Kora about Vladislav Vančura, and it has to do with the cult. He's describing the cult. So please, would you mention your ideas, and would you also actually try to say something about other sectors such as film making? Yes, sure, thank you. As for Vladislav Vančura, I was describing the creation of the cult of the martyrs, national martyrs. It was 1942 in the communist daily, Rudé Právo. They were writing about the martyrs. Eliáš, the executed chairman of the protectorate government, and Bílý, General Bílý, also. He was one of the, and then Ladislav Rašín, he was still alive, but the Communist Daily already saw him dead. He was actually sentenced to death, but he became clemency. And he survived the war, and in this daily he is a member of the Hall of Fame of the national martyrs. And then Holy Bishop, he is also alive. He will be sentenced to death in September, but at that time he was still alive. He was helping the parachuters, and that's why Nazis actually looked for him. All these gentlemen that I mentioned, Bílý, Rašín, Eliáš, they were actually also against these ideas. Josef Burian, he survived World War II. He survived the camp, and he was also presented in the Communist Daily as the national martyr. And Vladislav Vančura, who is expelled in that year from the Communist Party. And then there is another name which you might not know, Stanzel, Oldřich Stanzel. He sympathized with the Soviet Union, and he was very helpful in issuing the Red Daily, and he was also involved in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and he was actually helping in issuing the Red Daily. And this is a very extraordinary, strange, peculiar personality. So the communists are actually reminding us about him, but then they sort of delete his name from the memory because he was a factory owner. And last but not least, Maciejka, the metal worker. I was looking for him in publications and I couldn't find him. And then I found out that he survived the war. So that was very difficult to find out about him. He was a metal worker from metal works. And he would also be actually mentioned in the Hall of Fame, but he did not die, so he survived the war. So that was the first group of martyrs to be published in the communist press. And there are the generals, there is the pastor, and there is Burian, a playwright and a poet and a jazz singer. He was famous for interpreting a jazz song, and he was a fully fledged artist. And this Hall of Fame is changing, of course. Julius Fučík is not there in 1942. He was actually arrested at that time. They knew him, the editors, but they were not mentioning him there in the Hall of Fame. And the comrades, party members, were exploring, studying his work, and he actually denounced himself. He owned up to his guilt, but then they actually put him on the pedestal of a martyr. So Vančura and Fučík, when Vančura was actually celebrated, Fučík was rather in the backdrop, in the background. And in the 1960s, Fučík comes to the fore, and Vladislav Vančura's statue is then erected, and then it's like two communicating vessels. Stefan Cikera and Vladislav Vančura apparently, how one historian saw it was that Vladislav Vančura didn't have thick hair and was not as attractive as Julius Fučík to become a communist icon. So I probably would have a chance to become a communist icon. Vančura should have known that. He is saying, he has this very famous sentence in his novel, how beautiful it is to have black wavy hair. So I think the main thing is that Julius Fučík was reliable as a communist, and Vančura, he actually dropped out from the party. And despite the fact that he, towards the end of the war, he is inclined to become a communist, and he was against it. During the elections, there is a quote in the Red Daily, Communist Daily, by Vladislav Vančura, and then there is a caption saying, "This is the voice of our heroes, one of the major voices." And I cannot find it, this quote, anywhere else. So I think it's fake as a quote. And I think it was their intention so that we cannot validated fake news in a historical.
So they basically misused this person because even Vančura joined the Communist Party. So Julius Fučík became the main hero and was also depicted in many memorials or paintings. So Vančura basically fell from favor, and it was Fučík and was replaced by Fučík. when Vanchura fell from grace, so to say. And letters of people before execution were published, and it was compiled by Mr. Halas, one of the artists who became deputy minister at the Ministry of Information together with Vítězslav Nezval. So there are quite a few other artists who became heroes, communist heroes, but then it reduced to only Julius Fučík because he led by example, and the youth could receive his pin or his badge of Julius Fučík as honor. And so the leadership of the Communist Party also was informed about the fact that towards the end, Fučík admitted that he was interrogated by Gestapo. And when it comes to the deputy ministers, as I mentioned before, Halas, Vítězslav Nezval, and others, but one deputy minister had to resign because his wife was German and she was employed by Gestapo. So it was the wife of Mr. Černý, deputy minister at the Ministry of Culture. And Deputy Minister Čáverný, so his wife was employed by Gestapo, and even though he faked her papers, when it all came to light, he had to resign from his post as a deputy minister. Thank you very much. Very nice examples of how some cults were deepened and some disappeared or re-emerged. It is quite typical for Central Europe. Now I would like to ask Mr. Schindler to introduce the topic of memorials and how this issue, monuments and memorials, how this issue was addressed after 1945. Of course, what comes to my mind is what these monuments were devoted to, and how they were chosen, who chose them. I know you've been paying attention or you've been studying this issue for quite some time. So if you could tell us something about monuments and how and why certain monuments were erected. Okay, thank you. Perhaps Eduard Urx, he was a journalist, also died during the war. There is a leaflet from 1945 where he stands side by side Fučík, and back then they were in a similar position in the Communist Party, and there is a street called Urxova, and he was the main competitor to Fučík. Perhaps he was not so photogenic, but he was more or less forgotten. But I wanted to pick up the glove of Stalin's monument in the context of monuments of Red Army. But our Prague was supposed to have its big liberation monument, a monument of Red Army, but it didn't have it. Other cities had it. For instance, Berlin had a big Red Army liberation monument, but not Prague, because a tank was unveiled in Smíchov. We all know the history of the tank monument. It's also kind of like fake news because the tank was not original and the license plate number was fake and so on. But it was not monumental enough to represent liberation by the Red Army. But it was kind of like a place of commemoration. And then Stalin's monument overshadowed or basically stole the place for the potential Red Army monument. So Olomouc had a Red Army monument, Olomouc had it, but Prague still nothing. Prague had focused on Stalin's monument, which was built from 1949 to 1950. It cost millions of Czechoslovak crowns. It created a gigantic monument which was supposed to be devoted to Stalin. But then as Stalin died and the cult changed, and Stalin died in 1953, so then people started talking about that actually this is not a Stalin monument, it's a Red Army monument. And when it was unveiled, the role of Red Army was promoted. It was unveiled in 1956. And you can see that suddenly there was certain attempt to create this monumental Red Army monument, even though it was originally Stalin's monument. The 22nd meeting of the Communist Party was in '61, but the Prague, Stalin's monument survived, but it didn't survive the second wave. None. Okay, I apologize. No, yeah, I was just told that it was 55 and then 56, and then another meeting was 1961, and the Central Committee of the Communist Party decided that the monument will be destroyed. And the place remained empty after the monument was shot off, or basically removed. And the original architects, Sturz and Sturzova, were asked to come up with a new monument. So there were several proposals. It was actually a storage place for potatoes for quite some time. The National Enterprise of Vegetables asked in 1964 to 65 to temporarily store potatoes below the monument, the former monument, because it's quite large. It's almost as large as Palach's Square. So they used it as a storage place for potatoes for a certain period of time. It was quite a pragmatical decision because it had ideal climatic conditions, because it's surrounded by it's surrounded by it's close to roads and so on. But in the 1970s, a big competition was held where a tribute to the Red Army was supposed to be created. It was a big intention, but then as the proposals started to come in, the commissions were not able to select one, to pick just one to winner. There were objections everywhere, and people were fighting ideological because then there was some artistic view, because of course to design something for Letna area is problematic because it has to be quite huge. And in the end, the monument was postponed, and then the end of regime came. And as it was postponed all the time, it became more and more expensive, and only the metronome remained there, and the pedestal, which remains there still. So only the tank remained in Prague, which was then painted pink, and the Brotherhood monument remained in Prague, which was officially for Česká Třebová. Mr. Pokorný designed it for Česká Třebová. It was supposed to be a monument for local railway people, but then the regime liked it so much, so he used it as an emblematic depiction of brotherly help and brotherly liberation. So, and it was erected in Prague in 1960 on the occasion of Spartakiad, so the Spartak Games. Because those who came to exercise at the Spartakiad could see the monument right away. And so this Brotherhood monument was erected there. It remained there for quite some time, but then people started to build metro station there. And when the metro was being built, the monument had to be removed. So then it was placed elsewhere, and it ended up in the Federal Assembly on Wenceslav Square. And the Brotherhood monument that exists there was erected only in 1988, and it is the fourth copy already. And one actually ended up in the Crimea in Hotel Druzhba, which was built by our trade unions in cooperation with the Soviet Union. And the last minute they decided that they wanted to have this statue, which was originally supposed to be placed in front of the main train station. So it was very difficult to find, so the regime did not manage to erect Red Army Liberation Monument, and there are quite a few reasons for that. So we have, of course, the artistic, but in reality it was due to ideological differences and so on. Could I add something? Something that is not well known, but it's quite interesting, actually. When Stalin's monument was destroyed, the Central Committee of the Communist Party promised to the Soviet Union that right after that there will be a Red Army Liberation Monument erected. It was supposed to be done at the square of the big October Revolution, the victorious square in Bubec and Davice. And yes, a monument was created, a maquette, 1-to-1, was created of the monument. It was created by Karel Dušek, who was the pupil of Karel Pokorny, important artist from the Academy of Visual Arts. And the reason I know this history of this monument is because his classmate was my father, who was a statue maker. So the maquette was actually there. It was in the segment, or my father was a sculptor, and so basically a model was, or a mock-up monument was erected there. It was in the area where park is now. So the mock-up statue, mock-up monument was there for some 6 months, because I actually was able to look up 2 pictures, and one of them clearly shows that it was shot in spring, and the other one is from autumn or winter. So this monument, or the mock-up monument, the maquette or model of the monument, had to be there for at least quite a few months, or a few, and it was a huge monument. But then it was disassembled, dismantled quietly, and not replaced by anything. Now we're talking about the year 1964 or 63. So then it probably was not in line with the atmosphere of Prague Spring. So then the statue suddenly and quietly was dismantled and disappeared. And we also, when we're talking, since the Museum of the Memory of the 20th Century is a co-organizer of the conference, we should mention one thing, because there is one monument which is in the museum, and it's Koněv's statue, or Koněv's monument. So why wasn't it built after World War II? Because it's simple. Because Soviet military rules did not allow it. Did not allow for a living military leader to have a monument erected. So it could have been done only after death.
They had a Stalin monument erected, and he was an icon. He was cult. So the military commander, Koněv, became a monument after the war. It was huge. His cult has been created since 1945. Successfully, the streets were renamed in the name of Koněv, and of course here in Czechoslovakia, the tradition was similar to the Polish one and other post-Soviet countries, related to May 9th. as the day of liberation and victory, which is absurd, particularly for Prague. And Rebus was helping Karel Pokorný when sculpting this monument, the Brotherhood Monument. And there are also the lilac asts, and I was like examining them, and I thought about that, about what was the main feature in socialist realism. And I would say that the main feature was, of course, the romantic socialist realism feature, because the lilac the lilac as a romantic element was first mentioned by Karel Hynek Mácha, the romantic poet. And this person, this sculpture, was actually using the lilac branches copied copied from way before Karel Hynek Mácha used it for the first time. And I would say the statue as such didn't meet the prevailing artistic styles. And the same can be said about Kribus, whose return is fairly artistic, return is fairly primitive, reusing other patterns used originally by other artists. Well, I would ask Michal Macháček to frame our discussion in a political way and say a few words about Edvard Beneš, who formed the whole era after or between 1945 until 1948. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Edvard Beneš is a very big topic for us historians, and also the paintings where he is depicted. Not that the Beneš cult emerged unexpectedly. I would say that the Third Republic's period is when the Beneš cult culminated. There are so many things protected in the cult. We can still see the strength of it. It was used as a symbol, where we all project everything that we want in accordance with our own grievances. However, you might have noticed that there was this discourse recently about this plaque, whether it should be mounted on the Ministry of External Affairs. Well, looking back in history, I would say that the presidential cult actually is built on the emperor's cult. We had the Franz Josef cult during the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, when the emperor has got so many good features. He is hardworking, industrial. He's also very close to the people. And of course, monarchy was secularized to a degree. The head of the state, the president has a different status in the society. So he is much closer to the common people. Masaryk became the father of the nation. This is what we call him. We called Masaryk, but also Edward Beneš as the father of the nation. Ludvík Svoboda sometimes was called as the father of the nation as well, sometimes, not very often. This Beneš cult, or his image, his public image, was built during the First World War. He as the major actor, player, and then he became president 1935, and then he built on the activities and notions spread by Masaryk, and then there is the crisis, political crisis, 35, 38, 39, and then there are, of course, the years later, 1945, he is much criticized, and then he is mentioned as the victor who beat Hitler, who emerged victorious, and he is the liberator. He liberated us in 1918, and then again 1945, he liberated us. He is the martyr of the nation. There is the moment of escalation when there is a climax, and now we will live in peace forever, for good. Well, I was looking for some poem by Vítězslav Nezval that will be read out in Czech only.
Vítáme vás na Hradčany. Mějte naše díky. Už je konec našich muk, je konec elegie. Gigantický orloj času na Hradčanech bije. Národ žije. Žije, 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 žije. To je Vítězslav Nezval, je to i v obdobném duchu, já teda mám Vítězslava Nezvala.
I like myself Vítězslav Nezval. He was a very good poet. Another very interesting thing, Beneš and Frania Zemínová, a member of parliament, who said something about Frania. President Beneš is the legendary figure. He is very hardworking. He is the symbol of the statehood, and he is actually protecting the rights, human rights. So that was a very pathetic saying, quote, from the post-war period. There is another aspect here which I would describe or interpret. It was from the interwar period. Edward Beneš, the president, the builder of the nation. And in 1945, it's becoming more specific. He actually overcame the Third Republic. He was far-sighted. He focused on the partnership with the Slavic nations. This is how to secure our Czechoslovak future. And president, the builder of the nation. It's not only builder of the Czechoslovak nation, but also the Belgian Emperor Leopold II was called like that. So this is a very strong cult in those years, 1948. But then it imploded. The burial of Beneš was compared to the burial of Masaryk. However, Beneš in 1949 would be turning 65. And first, there was no response about his legacy. Of course, it was very pragmatic because a cult can be maintained only by rituals. And if you don't have rituals, then there is a quiet time and then everything is annihilated. And there were also assertions that he was a bourgeois agent, and then in the 60s that is changing again. Beneš as a bourgeois politician. On the other hand, he was the leader of the national fight. And then, of course, we had the Slovak part in Czechoslovakia, and they actually criticized his Czechoslovakism. There was a discourse between the Czech and Slovak historians about his legacy. And there was the departed politician from Gustav Husak, later a communist president of Czechoslovakia. So that was a very interesting discussion or discourse. Masaryk and Beneš, and there are other continuous framings of Gottwald. Gottwald is seen as a more populist personality with the name. They are using him as a very popular person, and he is another. He is actually the antidote to Beneš, because Beneš was doctor. He saw himself as a scientist, a political scientist, and Klement Gottwald was people's president, so to say. And Radislav Rašín, the communists in 1942 put onto the pedestal Ladislav Rašín, and he actually was together with Beneš Gottwald seen. Yeah, he said, whenever the Republic is in danger, there is no difference between me and the communists who killed my father. If I may say.
Wasn't also Gaida there on the balcony when they spoke there? Radovan Gaida, I think, was standing there on the balcony with them. Was he not? No? Is it a nonsense? I don't know. You don't feel convinced. I thought I heard it somewhere, because it would be quite actually magical, those three standing there side by side. We still have time for, let's say, a second round of maybe questions. So perhaps we could look at how the year 1945 is remembered in individual cultural fields after 1989. So a topic which opened, which is quite profound actually, but profane, but is opening up a space for new ideas and provides a more diverse picture of what happened after World War II. Perhaps, Petr, you could start because it is your topic. And perhaps if you could remind us of maybe some important works of literature, film, maybe some permanent expositions and exhibitions that you find interesting and noteworthy. Perhaps I will start talking about film because Czechoslovakia was liberated after the May uprising and the Liberation Army, and a few months after that it was already popularized by film, and the Soviet tank was used as a memorial or a monument in 1945, and people were saying that if it were not for the Red Army, we would have had the same fate as Poland. But today we know that 20 Red Army soldiers died at the end of Prague uprising in May '45. So sometimes the pictures can be distorted. But when the tank is unveiled, members of National Socialists are present there too, and they don't dispute it. They don't dispute the claims. I looked into local newspapers from that time, and Peroutkaz, a newspaper from Third Republic, that were the main democratic newspaper, took over the narrative that if it were not for the Red Army, Prague would have been destroyed. But it was just a diversion. There were no big fights. In fact, if I said only 20 members of the Red Army died. This is very closely connected to Konev's cult. The cult of Konev, who in 1945 appeared here in Prague in mid-May 1945. Then he received honorary citizenship of Prague, and this definition is used for the first time. I think Vacek, Mayor Vacek, Mayor of Prague, Vacek, gave him a diploma with honorary citizenship. And I wrote a book on Koněv together with Jiří Fidlar, and the book describes it precisely this way. And this is just May. This is only a few days after the events, and the interpretation is clear. The interpretation of the events is actually quite different from what the people must have remembered very lively. There is no word about uprising, about popular uprising, about something that ended occupation. And all it says is that Prague was rescued by the Red Army. It's also depicted in a film, and the first film was V horách duní, so there are thunders in mountains, which is the first feature Czechoslovak film about World War II. It had its premiere in 1946, so it started to be shot in '45 already. It's a story which is often so it's a story of a person who is considered to be a collaborator, but in fact he's a resistance movement member. And this is a very popular topic that is repeated time and again later on as well. So it's about a person in a Czech village who rescues a paratrooper, and in order to divert attention from him, he uses the German salutation, the Nazi salutation, and in order to cover up for him being a resistance movement member. And then the village is rescued, and the main hero dies, and everyone finds out that he did not collaborate with the regime, and that in fact in his cellar he had this parachutist or the paratrooper hiding. But what's important is that we actually rescued ourselves. in the film. So the Red Army is only there that you could, they're shooting from tanks and you could hear the sounds. That's why it's called, there are thunders in the mountains. But it's the Czechs who rescue themselves. But then it is, this narrative is not welcome later on. So always later on, there are always Red Army soldiers who actually rescue Prague and Czechoslovakia. And there's another film from 1948, and the leading force in the resistance movement is the Communist Party, and there's always a hero from the working class, worker, blue-collar worker, who are the real heroes. So. And who are the real heroes of the Prague Uprising. That's in the 1950s. And then in 1960s, again, the narrative changes. This is being questioned. And then again in 1970s, it changes once again. So the narrative changes, and also the way these events are depicted in film. So there are many films about Prague Uprising. And when I asked about differences between two films on Prague Uprising, the answer was one of them is longer. So for instance, in Poland, people couldn't understand that we have so many films about Prague Uprising and so on. And So even some people found it absurd when some film depicted the events as a Red Army rescuing Prague and everything. And what about after 1989? Could you perhaps mention one film about the end of World War II? Literature or work of literature or a permanent exhibition, something like that. Some work of art. There are quite a few of them actually. Films that concern war, where usually two films in 1 year were shot during communism. And after 1989, there were quite a few films about war, about the war period or the year 1945. And of course it addresses many issues such as the forced expulsion of Germans, and such as Hermann's Mill, or Landscape or Country in the Shadow, and so on. So the topic is actually quite popular among filmmakers. And the fact that the end of the world can bring something negative as well, as we've heard from Polish colleagues who actually discuss whether it should be considered the end of war as a day of victory or not. So we have quite a few films about the end of World War II. There are quite a few famous films from the 1960s, like A Chariot to Vienna, and another forgotten film called Marathon from 1968. It's a comedy about Prague Uprising. There are two comedies, No One Knows Anything and Big Case. These are two comedies that look at the events with, let's say, a comic perspective. It's kind of like French-style war film about two tram drivers hiding a seemingly SA man, and it's a parody on Prague Spring, because these two gentlemen hit the SA man, and people think that it's for real because it's and they start going into the streets and so on. So it's also a criticism of the uprising as well. And this is from 1947. The Communist Party criticized the film and then banned similar films. And the first first film with, let's say, some humorous elements were the closely watched trains in the 60s, because it was also kind of like better comedy with Mr. Hanslik and Mrs. Bleichova. You know that Hanslik in the 1960s was not exactly like a typical manly hero. He's kind of like a weakling, and Bleichova. So another film, Barricades, and it's also quite humorous and comical, and there are scenes about, you know, the brother of the hero riding on a tank to Prague, but the film was banned. Because the communists were afraid that it would cause riots. So it's quite comical, but the film was forgotten, even though it's quite interesting.
Si připomněl Josefa Škvoreckého, který samozřejmě jeho zbabělci z 58. si myslím otevírají.
And in the 50s there was a new phase opening. Zdeněk, could you please tell us something about something interesting after 1989 from the war? Perhaps I will give you an anecdote or a story that I was told by Professor Jiří Štursa, my teacher, or one of my architecture teachers. He was the nephew of sculptor Jan Štursa, who, together with his wife Vlasta, won the tender for Stalin's monument. So we talked a lot. It was quite interesting, and I recorded my interview with him about the Stalin's monument. But as is often the case, the recording was lost somewhere. So I'm really sorry about that. But he also mentioned the situation right after 1945, and he said, because he was member of leftist avant-garde fascists who were inspired by Soviet urbanism, and he was named professor at Prague Technical University, and towards the end of it was sometime in 1945, and he went to pick up his decree naming him a professor, and then he went to the Ministry of Education, and he was supposed to receive the decree from a deputy minister. So he knocked on the door opened, and he entered into a huge hall, beautifully embellished, and after a tiny table on the other side of the room there was a person sitting at the table, and he was shocked when he saw him, because he was a representative of bourgeois architecture of First Republic and winner of the Prague Stock Exchange House. And when Štursa, he was an older man, and when Štursa came to him, he said, "Well, dear colleague, I'm sure you would not have expected me sitting here, would you?" And he opened the drawer and took out a book and said, "Well, I already have the red book that you have as well." And by the way, he then became one of the main architects of socialist architecture in realism, Sorele. So there were people who already in 1945 were able to, swim in the currents.
Omlouvám se.
Kdo to byl to takzvaný Drant Černý?
Who was it? It was Janin Černý, who was my professor his full name was Antonín Černý, but he was doctor, so everybody called him just doctor, Doc Dant Černý, Doc Černý. Well, I'll ask the same question to Dan Šindelář. Yes, I have an anecdote, a story. I will just pick up on what Petr was saying. In 1945-46, it was maybe in the midst of the crisis, the 23rd of February 1945, when the Red Army went to Prague, and there were actually masts with some banners saying this is where Czech army would enter Prague. So those pilots, bridge pilots, they are sprayed over with these mottos, with these saying. It was during the crisis, and they wanted to mark up the area. Those were the Prague's protectors, those people who would save Prague, saviors. So you could see it there on those pilots, those piles of bridge, stone bridge. Well, we should put it into the maps with some pictures, images, so that we see the sprayed sentences. Michal, you are the last to close this panel, so enjoy. I am thinking on Ať žije republika, Procházky, Byl jednou jeden dům, all these film features or also series depicting a family. Somebody is in the resistant movement, another one is an artist, and then there's another film I really like. It's called in Czech, Je třeba zabít Sekala. Who is the bad guy? Is it the main character, or is it depicted by the majority society and it's the main stream behavior? Well, I think we have covered many topics, many issues in relation to creating a cult. We have focused on the cultural things. I would like to thank Petr Koura, Zdeněk Lukeš, Jan Šindelář, and Michal Makáček for coming and sharing their reflections. I'd like to thank our audience for being so attentive and listening the whole time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say what has changed. You might have noticed we are behind our schedule, but we will make it up. Now we could have a discussion. So if you want to ask about something, then now is the time. And at 12:50 we will break out for lunch, and the panel number 9, which was planned to be before lunch, will be after lunch, and afterwards we will speed up and we will make up for the delay. I see Don Ritter sitting among us still, and also other panelists from early panels are here. You have said you have exhausted the topics, but I missed Zdeněk Nejedlý. Nobody mentioned him. Nobody. He, as a historic figure, was so so instrumental to embrace all these Soviets here, and he was building the new national myth in relation to the Hussites, and that was very important for the cultural approaches, at least until the 1960s. Nayadli is interesting for us historians because for socialist realism, there is this speech from May 1945 when communists, builders of the nation, and those who maintain the traditions of the Czech nation, he was actually showing the direction in his speech. And those communists were actually creating the roadmap for the cults. Without the endeavor to create a new national myth, we would not be able to look for them, for the heroes, for the icons. I don't want to hold you up. I just wanted to note this fact. I agree with you absolutely. It is true, Zdeněk Nayadli had major clout, and maybe that is why we omitted his mention. But you are right. I do remember that he embodied so many characters. He also embraced Jirásek. And Jirásek, the writer, wrote actually so many novels, so many big volumes, and Zdeněk Nayadli used the parts which were good for the communist ideas. It is true that such communists were instrumentalizing so many traditions which were actually not on par with their communist ideology, but they were able to twist it to their benefit. When 1949 Communist Party swelled, we had 12 million people, and there were 2.6 million candidates for the membership. Can you imagine the situation? Zdeněk Nayadli, and this personality, he wrote an obituary for Vančura. It was 1942 in the Soviet press, where he wrote about Vančura, who passed away. And I will try to... he tried to write a synthetic work, Marxist synthetic work of Czech history. I have read it, and of course there are left-leaning positions. The Czech knight, Czech prince was interpreted as a people's emperor, etc. But I do acknowledge the beauty of his language. Let me finish. So he said he was gonna write a huge, complex work, synthetic work, but he only finished the first volume. So I am sorry he has not finished the whole almanac. I am sorry. I need to interfere that we are not at a seminar of historians. Well, Zdeněk Nayadli, I remember that one old architect was thinking about how Zdeněk Nejedlý invited him to his office, and he was musing about so many churches in villages as a focal point, that he would prefer farms being the focal point. But then he said, Minister, do you know that the church spires, they are the focal points on old maps? He was not very happy about it. Well, there's another thing. I remember, I know Nejedlý from the facts when actually monuments were erected, and he wanted to have like huge embellishments, huge monuments. And what is interesting is what the communists did about Jiří Volker. He was a scout, but they omitted that. He was a banker's son, and they eliminated that. All this inconvenient past was annihilated, and then they put him on to the pedestal of communism. This is how they twisted the facts. So this is fairly interesting. Let me say that the communism by Jan Žižka is closer, familiar to us than the fascism by Emperor Zikmund. Another question? I'd like to ask Mr. Koura about the movies. I remember a few movies. It's called The Quiet Barricade, Němá barikáda, by Jan Drda. And then another movie, which is from the Heydrich period, the period that ensued the Heydrich assassination. Yes, this was written also on the real events, by the real events, what happened when Heydrich was assassinated. And then this story was written, and the film was made by Jiří Krejčík. There was a story which was published only on one page in the paper, and the film, the feature film, is a full-fledged evening feature. So it's thanks to the filmmaker who actually made it into this very interesting 2-hour feature movie. Very good. The quality is very high. I thought he was cooperating there, yes. Yes, there was this story first. The writer wrote the story, and the filmmaker Krejčík, who said that it was way too short, who was then making it into the movie. And there's the mother, and also the meeting with the Gestapo commander, and he spoke Czech even because he was the actor was Sudeten German, and he lived in Eastern Germany, and we requested somebody who would play the role of an SS commander. So, and it was by pure chance that he also spoke Czech. And then you see them meeting and speaking Czech on the screen. And he actually played that actor in Prague during the war, imagine.
Ten film je opravdu jako působivý.
So the film is quite impressive, even though it's from the same year, from the time period of the early 60s as other films which are highly ideologistic. So even though it's early 1960s, It's the era of the Czech film when interesting films appear, such as the film Smrt si říká Jungelchen, Něčko script, and it shows a partisan as a person who is torn inside, both physically and psychologically, someone who's torn by the events that is part of. So there were quite a few films on this topic in the 1960s. Okay, I don't think anyone has raised their hand, so I think we could break for lunch. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists. It was quite interesting, and now I'd like to invite you all for lunch, and after lunch we can have Lithuanian view, Czech and French perspective. Mr. Rupnik will be another speaker, so we can continue also during the lunch break.
pan technik zvuku. Aha, jdu. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next panel of the year 1945 in Global Context Conference, which aims to commemorate the 18th anniversary of the end of the Second World War and offer new insight into the historical events that brought the global conflict to a close. Please allow me to introduce our guests. On my left hand, Benas Navakauskas from the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. On my right hand, Mr. Václav Šipla from Department of Historical Sciences, University of West Bohemia, and Professor Jacques Rupnik from Sciences Po Institute. This panel is titled Other Aspects of 1945, and we will discuss topics associated with this pivotal year. So I will pass the floor first to Benas, whose paper is called Mass Deportations from Soviet-occupied Lithuania as a Tool of Societal Destruction, Victims and Their Fates. The floor is yours.
All right, so without further delay, I'll try to get into my presentation. So in Lithuanian historical consciousness, the Soviet deportations are perceived as among the most brutal crimes of the Soviet regime and as one of the most painful consequences of the Second World War. In 1941 and during the period of 1944 to 1952, more than 20 mass deportation operations were carried out in Soviet-occupied Lithuania. These operations were neither spontaneous nor chaotic. They were prepared in advance, following rules and processes typical of totalitarian regimes. Preparations for the deportations lasted from several months to half a year. Each major operation involved up to 30,000 personnel from military and internal affairs system, as well as local party activists. Units from Belarus and other regions were also often deployed in Lithuania to carry out the deportations. The chronology of mass deportations in Lithuania can be divided into several periods. The first wave in the June of 1941, which targeted the political, military, and social elite of the interwar Republic of Lithuania. The period of 1945 to 1949, when mass deportations were used to suppress armed anti-Soviet resistance, and from 49 to 52, when deportations served as an instrument of collectivization. Among them, there were also numerous smaller operations targeting specific social groups. For example, on May 3rd of 1945, a mass deportation to Tajikistan was carried out with the aim of cleansing Lithuania of ethnic Germans. In the spring of 1951, Operation Sever, or North, was directed against veterans of the Anders Army, the Polish Corps soldiers who had fought on the Allied side in North Africa and Italy, and Jehovah's Witnesses as well. So here you can see the basic statistics of people that were affected by deportations. So during these operations, around 132,000 people were deported from Lithuania, so around 6% of Lithuania's population. Around 35% of them were minors. Ethnic composition of deportees changed little between 41 to 52, with one exception, and that would be Lithuanian Jews. In 1941, around 1,600 Lithuanian Jews were deported, most of them to Altai Krai and later Yakutia, and that made up around 13% of all deportees in that particular year. After the Soviet reoccupation of Lithuania in the summer of 1944, most Lithuanian Jews had already been killed during the Nazi occupation, and only about 40 individuals of Jewish origin were deported in the later years. So, although each deportation had its own goals, they were all unified by a fundamental purpose. Western philosophers and historians studying the era of colonialism have used the concept of social death. Although in Lithuania the period of Soviet occupation is rarely viewed through the lens of colonial policy, the term of social death is appropriate for defining the objectives of Soviet era. It describes the conqueror's intention not just to physically destroy people, and not so much to physically destroy people, but to destroy the social organism itself. It aimed to destroy communal and familial ties, to change cultural identity, and to eradicate all bonds connecting individuals within society. Mass deportations were based on a concept of collective guilt. It was characteristic not only of Soviet law, but also of traditional Russian rural structures, the so-called Krugovaya Poruka, and the Orthodox Church law. The target of deportation was not the individual, but the family as a basic unit of particular social or ethnic group. And in the eyes of the regime, these people had not individual, but collective guilt. They were being punished not for what they had done, but for who they were. And so differently from political prisoners in Soviet Union, during the mass deportations, people were never put on trial or convicted for any sort of crimes. In her work, The Origins of Totalitarianism, Hannah Arendt described such individuals as objective enemies. They did not directly oppose the regime, but had the potential to do so. So those selected for deportations were found to be fundamentally unfit for a construction of communism, and they had to be isolated and expelled from society. And the best example of this logic could be illustrated by the first mass deportation from Lithuania in June of 1941. So from July of 1940 until the war between Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, the plan for liquidation of enemies of the people was carried out. It was signed by Antanas Sniečkus, director of State Security Department. Later he became the first secretary of Lithuanian Communist Party. And according to this plan, during the year, more than 10,000 prominent Lithuanian citizens, former politicians, military officers, and others were arrested and transferred to Gulag camps outside of Lithuania. However, it was not enough for the Soviets to target these specific people, and during the first deportation, their families, so wives, children, and elderly parents were targeted. For example, as you can see, the former president of Lithuania, Aleksandras Stulginskis, was arrested in June of 1941 and imprisoned in the Rishotei camp in Krasnoyarsk Krai, while his wife Ona was deported to Komi Republic. So in this way, Soviet terror targeted not only specific individuals, but the entire social sphere, where the cultural and political influence could spread. Some Lithuanian historians argue that the Soviet terror of 1940 to 1941 was so destructive that for a time Lithuanian society as such virtually ceased to function. It should also be said, since we are in Czech Republic, that during this first wave of repressions, two of the Lithuanian diplomatic envoys to Czechoslovakia suffered persecution. So Donatas Malinauskas, he was not arrested due to his age, but he was deported together with his wife and two sisters, and he died in 1942 in Altai Krai. And Jonas Aukštuolis was arrested in 1941 and died 8 years later in Dubrovlak in Moldavia. So similar practices were repeated during the post-war deportations. For example, during the deportation of Lithuanian Germans in the spring of 1945, it was ordered that not only Germans themselves, but all of their relatives needed to be included in the lists of persons of enemy nationality. And after the Second World War, Soviet regime mostly used deportations as a weapon against Lithuanian anti-Soviet armed resistance. So authorities targeted families of active, deceased, or captured partisans. And such decrees meant that simply being a relative to enemy of a people was sufficient to be included in the deportation lists. All the property belonging to deportees was nationalized and taken over by local executive committees. Most of their homes and lands were used for industrial purposes or to house other people, and usually that meant colonists from the depths of Soviet Union. After 1949, deportees' property, homes, tools, and livestock was handed over to newly established collective farms. So these deportations of 1949 and 1951 were directly linked to collectivization and targeted remaining independent farmers. Although fewer people were deported in those years than in immediate post-war years, the deportations were more frequent. And after these waves of terror, pace of collectivization always increased. Those who escaped repression often joined collective farms voluntarily, hoping to avoid persecution in the future. And another important aspect would be that most of these post-war deportees were families of settlers who had received land and established farms following the land reform of 1922, or as a reward for military service. To a large extent, they had formed the foundation of modern Lithuanian state. And during the mass deportations in Soviet-occupied Lithuania, people were exiled beyond the borders of Lithuania, either indefinitely or for life. From 1948, the limited term exile of most categories of deportees were replaced with deportation for life. So in carrying out the mass deportations, Soviet authorities never considered possibility of these people returning home. One of the reasons why these people were exiled rather than killed outright was determined by economic motives. So deportees and prisoners of the Gulag system were widely used as labor in industries and regions that had not developed naturally, especially in areas with harsh and dangerous working conditions. For example, one of the first uranium mining and processing plants in Soviet Union operated in the secret city of Taboshar in Tajikistan, where the main labor force consisted of deported Germans as well as so-called Vlasovites. The growing Soviet dependence on forced labor in Siberia is illustrated by the fact that in 1947, Japanese prisoners of war produced about 70% of forest industry output in Chita Oblast. Later, the camps for Japanese POWs were repurposed to special settlements for deportees from Lithuania, Ukraine, and Moldova in those same regions. And local industrial administrators regarded victims of repressions as a renewable labor resource. So Lithuanian deportees were widely employed in Siberian timber industry, mostly in Krasnoyarsk Krai, Irkutsk, and Tomsk Oblast, and other regions, as well as coal and gold mines in the Bodaybod district of Irkutsk Oblast, in fisheries along the Arctic Ocean in northern Yakutia. Most of these people were physically incapable of meeting production quotas. For example, in Yakutia, only 17% of deportees were men of working age, while 48% were deemed unfit for labor. The entire project for relocating deportees to the Arctic Ocean coast was acknowledged by the Communist Party Central Committee as economically irrational. It was still carried out, costing lives of thousands of Lithuanians, Lithuanian Jews, as well as Germans and Finns from St. Petersburg. The legal status of deportees in the Soviet state was complex and full of contradictions. So deportation as a punishment existed in 1926 and later editions of the Soviet Russian Criminal Code. However, mass deportations in Lithuania were organized using administrative rather than criminal procedures. Deportees, or the so-called special contingent, were treated as residents of the Soviet Union with restricted civil rights. In exile, they were given over to special commandants' offices under the Commissariat or Ministry of Internal Affairs, and these commandants exercised total control over deportees' housing, employment in industry, access to medical care, and so on. In the 1940s, it was prescribed that one commandant and his assistant should supervise around 500 deportees. In remote Siberian regions, these commandants became the de facto enforcers of communist policy. Different categories of deportees existed in the Soviet Union. Some were subject to additional restrictions. However, for all, freedom of movement was limited. They could live and move only within strictly defined areas, and although their settlements were not surrounded by barbed wire, the deportation was effectively a form of imprisonment in everything but name. Deportees who fled were punished under Article 82 of the Criminal Code, which meant 3 years in a labor camp. And from November 1948, specific groups of deportees, such as Germans, Tatars, and Kalmyks, could be sentenced for 20 years of imprisonment in a special Gulag camp for escaping their place of exile. So here you can see some of the deportees that were arrested in exile for anti-Soviet activities. And the main mechanism for controlling deportees was an agent network. So from 1948, one recruited agent needed to be assigned to every 20 deportees to prevent escape, record crimes, and report so-called decadent and bandit moods. Until 1953, arrests of deportees for alleged economic or political crimes in exile were constant. It needs to be said that until mid-1950s, the Soviet authorities did not aim to re-educate deportees. According to Soviet logic, members of these parasitic social groups were genetically different and therefore incapable of being re-educated. Attempts to formally re-educate the deportees started in 1953 when the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Soviet Union stated that continuous repressions against the deportees did not allow for systematic political activity. In 1954, the special commandants were instructed to avoid open repressions and invest more into mass political and cultural and educational activities. This was partially in hopes that the exiles would gradually assimilate into the local communities. And it was especially evident in Soviet policies towards deported children. They were subject to a full spectrum of Soviet indoctrination and forced Russification. It is difficult to discuss the consequences of deportation without addressing the main one, the loss of human lives. So approximately 28,000 Lithuanian citizens died in exile, around 20% of all deportees, and the mortality was largely caused by famine, especially during the 46-47 wave hunger in the Soviet Union, and by epidemics of infectious diseases such as malaria, typhoid fever, and dysentery. In Central Asian republics, around 36% of deportees died. In northern Yakutia, that would be around 20%. The mortality rate among Lithuanian deportees exceeded the peacetime average mortality rate in the Soviet Union by around 10 times. And death rates were especially high amongst children under the age of 5 and among those over 65. For example, in Tajikistan, around 70% of elderly deportees died during the first 2 years of exile. The mass return of Lithuanian deportees became possible only in the mid-50s. This was caused by changes in Soviet Union following Stalin's death and the gradual abandonment of total terror as an instrument of social control. The release of deportees happened in stages depending on their category, age, and circumstances of deportation. These decisions were made not only by the Central Soviet government, but also by the Lithuanian Communist Party. So in 1954, that would be Council of Ministers of Soviet Lithuania, and from 1957, a special commission under the Presidium of Supreme Soviet. The political authorities of Soviet-occupied Lithuania sought to prevent the return of deportees. This was largely motivated by the recently ended armed anti-Soviet resistance and the fears that the return of victims of Soviet terror would create new social tensions. A similar situation occurred in Ukraine. For example, in February of 1954, the Soviet Council of Ministers adopted a directive allowing the release of elderly and disabled deportees. However, for public security reasons, this decree did not apply to Lithuanians and Ukrainians. As a result of such obstacles, the proportion of Lithuanians among other deportees grew. While in 1953, Lithuanians accounted for only 3.5% of all deportees in the Soviet Union. By 1957, we represented 29%. Although after 1958, Lithuanian deportees were no longer subject to legal restrictions, they continued to face active discrimination. For example, in June of 1959, the Central Committee of Lithuanian Communist Party and the Council of Ministers adopted a decree in order to limit their return. For example, they were not allowed to register their residence if their confiscated property had not been returned. At the time, around 86% of Lithuanian deportees did not have their property returned. And because of such policies, around 22,000 people chose not to return from places of exile. And for many of those who did, the journey back to Lithuania extended into the 1990s. And to finish up, I want to say that the return from the exile did not mean legal rehabilitation. When releasing deportees, Soviet authorities didn't acknowledge that the deportations had been illegal or unconstitutional. According to the data from Lithuanian KGB, only about 10% of former deportees had been rehabilitated by 1988. And these factors turned the experience of deportation into a social stigma that former deportees were forced to hide from society for around 3 decades. The fact of deportation was frequently used by the KGB as a compromising material to recruit agents. It also prevented individuals from pursuing higher education or professional advancement. And this environment created conditions in which deportation ceased to be an individual experience and became a collective trauma. As shown by studies of Vilnius University and the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania, the traumatic experiences of former deportees and political prisoners were inherited by following generations, that is, by people who had not personally experienced Soviet terror. And that would probably be all.
Thank you, Benas. Just to add that the paper Mass Deportation from Soviet-occupied Lithuania was written by Benas and also by his colleague from the Genocide and Center of Lithuania, Linas Janis. Thank you, Jan Linas, also. So it's a big honor to introduce you our other guest, Professor Jacques Rupnik. His paper is entitled How Joseph Gutmann Saw the Year 1945 in Central Europe from New York, Totalitarianism, Genocide, and Empire. Jacques, could you please tell us who was Joseph Gutmann, or Joseph Gutmann first?
Yes, well, is this working? Not really. Not working? Ah, maybe. Is it okay? I don't know. Is it okay? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and I can answer your question about who was Joseph Gutmann. I had to start with that because he was a totally unknown figure in his homeland, the Czechoslovakia. But thanks to your contribution as well, a book was published, and his biographical profile and his writings, at least most of them, are now available in this volume published by Usser. Who was he? He was a left-wing Marxist intellectual in the 1920s who joined the Communist Party, rose to the top very fast in the late 20s in the inner circle, and very promptly quit that inner circle in 1932 when he saw that Stalin's policy pointing social democracy as the main enemy, social fascism it was called, was actually helping Hitler come to power. So he split with the communists and became a sort of, to cut a long story short, became a sort of left-wing dissident from communism, left-wing critic, and with his friend Záviš Kalandra, they wrote the first and very incisive analysis of the Moscow trial, Odhalené tajemství moskevských procesů, in 1936 in August. 1 week after the trial, you have the best analysis of that trial. He disappears at the end of 1938, and the Czech historians from 1968 who rediscovered him, and thanks to whom I discovered the name of Gutmann, had no clue what happened to him. And I asked many Czech historians in exile. Nobody knew what happened to him. I discovered, after writing a paper, which was shown to a Czech exile in Paris, Mr. Veltrusky, who knew him before the war, and he revealed to me, he read the paper first before, and then he showed me a book he took from his briefcase. And it was a book signed by a certain Peter Mayer, The Jews in the Soviet Satellites. And he said, that's him. Okay, and then I discovered that his real name was, well, his American name after naturalization was Joseph Gordon, and that he wrote under different names and became a leading expert on Soviet affairs, Eastern Europe, and such. That's the intro, who he was. But you are interested in 1945, and what I think his contribution can be summed up in 3 ways about 1945. First, the word genocide. I mean, you just heard a paper about Lithuanian reading of genocide, but Gutmann in 1945, you know, took the main conclusions from the Nuremberg trial and looked at the archives that were provided and made available then about Nazi Germany attempts to exterminate the Jews in Europe and in Eastern Europe in particular as part of their Drang nach Osten. So he looked into detail in that. I cannot, incidentally, it is Hannah Arendt who recommended him as the author for such a study, and it is actually the only article in America that he published under his real name from Czechoslovakia as Josef Gutmann. All the other articles were under under a pseudonym. I don't have the time to tell you what he has to say about Nazi understanding of genocide, but what is interesting, perhaps, is that he was the first, already then, in this article, to point out the genealogy. Where did the ID come from? And he saw that Hitler and his associates saw that what had happened to the Armenians during World War II was an indication that it can be done, and, as Hitler said to Goering, in 1938, who still remembers the Armenians? And so Gutmann ends his article saying, yesterday the Armenians, today the Jews, and tomorrow. So that he understood the problem of genocide in a broader sense. The second theme is totalitarianism. And, you know, this was very early days at the end of the war. I mentioned Hannah Arendt, but there were few people who were discussing the nature of the Soviet regime. Gutmann wrote a piece, I mean, it can be considered, yeah, really a sort of path-breaking piece about the class nature of the Soviet Union. And very interestingly, that was part of an American debate with people like Burnham, who had written The Managerial Revolution, Schachtman, and this was part of a real New York intellectual debate. What is the nature of the Soviet Union? And he wrote two articles about the class nature of the Soviet Union. And he said, well, this is a new form of class domination, only worse than capitalism, because in capitalism, the workers can organize, they can form trade unions, they can negotiate their wages, they are part of a system. In the Soviet system, none of this exists, and this is much worse. This is an unprecedented form of exploitation of by a collective ownership of the state. Well, now we would call it the nomenclatura, but the ownership of it. So that is his take about the Soviet Union, but then he extends some of these arguments about totalitarianism, the comparison with Nazi Germany. And what is interesting is that he considers Eastern Europe as a likely extension of it. So he writes this article in 1946. It's not 45, it's 46. But he then already, I cannot quote, because I cannot take too much time, but so he says, you know, this is this totalitarian system was imposed in wartime occupied countries, etc. But then he says this is now likely to spread in a different way, in a different form, through the Soviet expansion in Eastern Europe. And if I could only find, yes, he speaks about Eastern Europe, and he says that in some of these countries, a totalitarian regime is not yet perfected, and legal opposition still exists, but the days of such opposition seem numbered. And then he continues. So we are in 1946. He clearly understands where things are heading. And in fact, that is one of the reasons why he didn't return to Czechoslovakia. You know, some people ask, why didn't he return? And Budin, in his memoir, says he attended conversations during the war with Roman Jakobson, Gutmann, he himself, Budin, a few others, and some were returning to Czechoslovakia, and Roman Jakobson and Gutmann said, no, no. Basically, he anticipated that things would be very difficult for somebody like him to return to. So that is interesting. He anticipates the spread of the totalitarian regime to Eastern Europe, and the article is entitled "The Limits of Terror," because he understands there is a limit. A totalitarian system is not total or cannot be ever total, whatever its intentions. So he also anticipates that, and I will quote again, he says, will the struggle end? Because he's saying resistance, even under totalitarianism, is possible and necessary. Will the struggle end when all such legal opposition is suppressed? Is effective resistance possible under a totalitarian regime once it has consolidated its power? These questions are scarcely less important today than when Hitler's legions were on the march. So he's writing in 1946, and he's already asking the question, not only that the totalitarian system is going to be extended to these regions, but he's asking the question about, is it possible to resist? And of course, for him, the only comparisons are Nazi Germany or Soviet Union in the 1930s. He considers that Soviet Union became totalitarian after all possible opposition was liquidated, including internal party opposition, and that is the show trials of 1936-38. So that is, I think, interesting, because you ask a question about extension of totalitarianism immediately after the war. We are talking about 1945-46. But he's already anticipating the next question, is resistance possible? And of course, this is, I think, a very, very important insight. I must not, you must show me when my time is up. But the third theme I wanted to mention, there are many others, concerns empire and the Russian expansion into Eastern and Central Europe. And the question that comes up is the extension part of the Soviet system ideological drive, or is it what many people thought was happening to Russia, to Soviet Union during the war? It's becoming the old Russia again. It's a Russian empire. President Benesch and many others. In fact, I mean, many people, you look at Churchill's memoirs, de Gaulle's memoirs, those speak always of Russia. They don't speak of Soviet Union. So there was the idea that during the war that Soviet Union was perhaps reclaiming its Russian roots, but also that this is becoming therefore not just a Soviet, but perhaps a Russian empire. And what is Soviet and what is Russian? So this is a debate that he identifies very early on. And he, because he's very interested in, of course, the ideological drive, he does not believe in the primacy of the Russian over the Soviet, or he believes there is a kind of curious hybrid, and he already talks about the fate of the Ukrainians, which is interesting. I must end there because my time is up, but I would say if you look at Gutmann, 1945, or 46, because he was writing this article, okay, immediately after the war, these three themes, genocide, he clearly says is genocide of the Jews, but Armenian genocides, who's next? You look at the world today, we have debates about, I remember in the 90s, we had debates about Bosnian genocide, Rwanda genocide, today about Middle East, all sorts of debates. So that question about the uniqueness, the singularity of that event, and the concept of genocide, its pertinence, that is a question that Gutmann raised, and that remains pertinent. Then the question of totalitarianism and the debate how to name this regime. Okay, it's based on the parallel of Hitler and Stalin regime, but so he clearly doesn't go just from a theoretical angle. He looks at it also at the capacity to impose such regime on societies and the capacity to resist. Now, if you look at the question, how to define the Soviet system, he asked in 1945, and you look at the 2025, how to define the Putin regime. Is it totalitarian or authoritarian? Is it a dictatorship? I mean, defining the nature of the Russian regime today is as interesting or as important as for Gutmann the question of how to define the Soviet regime in 1945. And then the question of empire. Do you interpret the Soviet expansion into Eastern Europe as as part of the ideological drive of spreading the communist system, or is it just the natural defense of the Russian society against Nazi invasion? Well, similar questions are asked today. You know, what is the nature of the Russian neo-imperial drive? Is it to rebuild the periphery of the Soviet Union? Is it to restore some sort of Russian empire? And in fact, if you look at Putin, he clearly likes to draw from both inspirations and from the historical legitimacy that he claims, including the support of the church, and of course from the Soviet legacy. These were lands that were part of the Soviet Union, therefore they belong to us. So to conclude, I would say the three questions that Gutmann asked in 1945, not only he had an interesting original take on them, but they remain relevant today.
Thank you, Professor. Our next speaker is Václav Šipla from Department of Historical Sciences, University of Western Bohemia. His paper is entitled From Missed Opportunity to New Hope, the Ambiguous British-French Alliance in the Critical Year 1945. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Dobrý den, dámy a pánové, děkuji.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be speaking Czech, despite being in an English-speaking panel. What I have prepared is a summary of the British-French relations in 1945. And I will be focusing on the British perspective or British angle of view. When the British policy tried to find a solution how to provide for their own security, how to face all these developments from 1945, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came up with the proposal, which was later named the Brussels Pact, but the British-French relations were supposed to have the primacy when building the alliance. In 1945, there was twofold policy wielded, as you can see on the slide. One policy was represented by Winston Churchill, and followed by the Labourist government. And now I will press ahead faster. The first half of 1945, there were personal barriers by Winston Churchill, who perceived the transatlantic alliance as the focal point. Unlike what the Foreign Office was saying, he saw France as a strategically lower partner, and that is why he was the main person who was actually creating or actually carrying out the foreign policy, not Anthony Eden. But Churchill had some conflicts with Eden, and they didn't see eye to eye on the strategic approaches. However, Churchill was a Francophile, and in 1945 he tried to actually promote the French occupation zone so that the French could be the buffer zone for a possible German, Nazi German or Soviet attacks. His arguments stayed the same, saying that any alliance with France or Western European countries would mean a defense line. 1945, it seemed that the British-French alliance could be concluded. It actually went in vain, and that frustrated the Foreign Office. The Foreign Office created the plans, prepared the plans for the Western Union, and they started with the plans in 1941, but chiefly in May 1944, there was a well-known person in the diplomatic circles, Duff Cooper, who is known for his resignation after Munich. And then he as a delegate in Algiers, he actually in a memorandum wrote that finally the British foreign policy should cooperate with Western Europe. And he is suggesting that British-French alliance or partnership should be concluded. The French side is inclined to do that. However, Churchill refuses any alliance with the West European countries. It was not only Churchill who was against that alliance, it was also de Gaulle who in 1945 actually draws the alliance treaty negotiations at length. And there were various conferences focusing on the alliance. And then there was Levant crisis in 1945 when the British intervened after the French clamped down in Syria and Lebanon, and the British, they wanted to reinforce the region, and then there are conflicts and skirmishes with the Syrian army. And then Churchill steps in because he wants to reinforce their presence in Middle East. On one hand, he wants to have friendly relationships with France, but then he wants to actually strengthen that region. After that crisis, there are ramifications for the relations when the French speak about being stabbed in the back. That is actually equal to the Fashoda incident, and that heightens the tensions between them, between the politicians, and de Gaulle reacts retaliatory and forbids the British flags to be flown. However, the French foreign ministry acts in a pragmatic way, and there is the minister Georges Bidault who voiced his worries about the lack of willingness to discuss the important issues. The inflection moment or point comes in 1945, July, And surprisingly, the laborists prevail, and Clement Attlee is the leader of them, and he is the first minister of foreign. There is a minister of foreign affairs, Ernest Bevin, and then Ernest Bevin as the minister of foreign affairs. He was first the trade unionists leader previously. He manages to follow up on the Foreign Office strategy, and he pushes through the plans. On the other hand, it is important that he won't interfere with the activities, and then Churchill is gone, his political opponent, and in France, the parliamentary elections are being prepared, and now the willingness to go for the alliance is high, and he's not going to speak against the UK. I was saying about the moment where Bevin actually left the foreign ministry. However, they could follow up, and the experienced diplomats working in the ministry, they remained there, and they were actually going up the career ladder. And you could see it in the 1940s when they were drawing up the new plans. And I have a quote here from the Bevin first speech in the lower house when he was compared with his predecessor. However, Bevin cannot be seen as the architect of this alliance, of this cooperation or partnership. He was not the first to come up with the idea. He was rather the one who executed it. And the traditionalists speak about him as a great visionary, somebody who came up with this idea. Well, we are speaking about the 1980s, and historians from that period. However, there is another school of thought who speak about Bevin as the instrument through which this vision was materialized. However, his role combined both schools. He had trust among his colleagues and employees. And I mentioned in the archives that his handwriting was difficult to make out. It was illegible, and he was criticized for it. And that's why he was somehow pushed to the side when drawing documents in the foreign policy department.
Bevin was also able to think about his conclusions, was able to admit he was wrong when he was wrong, and was able to change the course of foreign policy if he was mistaken. And therefore, we could also talk about some post-revisionist approach to foreign policy, rather than trying to look for where the truth lies. And today, the current Labour Minister of Foreign Affairs, David Lemmy, said a few months ago and mentioned Bevin's role in the sense of that it was him who came up with the Western approach. And when we talk about Bevin, it would be good to mention his subordinates, who were the ones who created the foreign policy that Bevin was then implementing. After Churchill left office, the British and French relations saw true renaissance after the Levant crisis. Both sides were able to admit that they were wrong, and the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs wanted to first resolve the situation in Levant, the traditional French Orient, and also in Rhineland, and wanted it to be to be separated from Germany. There are also other powers that intervened. A bipolar division of the world started, and Molotov wanted to finish any talks about potential pact between the UK and France. That's why he also tried to exclude France from peace talks, which Levin thought was a direct attack on Britain. The USA the US promoted the thinking of the United Nations. That's why they didn't want to see any divisions, because they wanted the main structures to be ruled by the United Nations. The end of and the fall of 1945, relations stabilized at a level not seen since 1940. Trust was gradually restored, and the two countries moved towards a new stage of strategic partnership. It was Britain who was trying to resolve all the issues at that time. And since even though the Levant crisis was resolved based on the British proposal, the French Foreign Office came to conclusion that both nations started to see eye to eye, and that their relations were the best in years. So the year 1945 was of key importance for British and French relations, because for many reasons. The leadership changed on both the French and UK part. De Gaulle resigned. And to finish my story, once the Levant crisis was resolved, the Rhineland area still remained on the table, and but it was still a burden by French proposals. But France realized quite soon enough that they didn't have the necessary diplomatic strength to push their proposals through, and soon they came to a conclusion that any British-French contract cannot be conditioned on the resolution of the Rhineland question first, which only proves that it was the UK which had or which played the main role in the bilateral, or which had the upper hand in the mutual relations. And here you can see a picture from 1947, March 1947, signature of a British-French agreement in Dunkirk, which was signed, the Dunkirk Agreement, in March 1947, and under Bevin's leadership, the Foreign Office's diplomacy thus laid the foundations of the post-war Anglo-French alliance. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for coming. See you on next session.
Questions? I don't know if you have time. No questions. Unfortunately, we don't have time. No questions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Já jsem měl otázky na něj. Aha. Tomu řeknu. Mezi tím
Tak, dámy a pánové, budeme pokračovat v programu dnešního dne bodem, který je nazván panel.
Okay, let's continue with another discussion panel called the Panel of Directors of European Memory Institutions. I would like to ask Reka Kiš, Jerguš Sivoš and Karol Polijovsky to join me on stage. Unfortunately, I have to excuse the director of the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, Ladislav Kudrna, who unfortunately could not come due to health reasons. So there will be only 3 directors on stage. It is my great honor to have the opportunity to welcome great representatives of memory institutions. First, I would like to welcome Reka Kiš. Reka Kiš represents the Committee of National Remembrance in Hungary. Reka, welcome. Mr. Jerguš Sivoš is the president of the Nation's Memory Institute in Slovakia. Jerguš, welcome. And Mr. Sebastian Pilavsky is the director of the Institute of National Remembrance of Poland. I am glad that we have the opportunity to welcome here at, let's say, a V4, Visegrad panel. I'm glad that the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes cooperates very closely to all these institutes. And this panel is focused on discussing the importance of 1945, but also more widely or broadly what the importance of memory institutions today. First, I would like to ask a question to all panelists. In which way do you study or research the year 1945, and how do you perceive the year 1945 from your respective national views or perspectives? I would like to ask Reka to start the debate.
First of all, thank you for your kind invitation, and congratulations for a very thought-provoking conference. I collected a lot of huge inspirations. Well, concerning the memory politics of 1945 in Hungary, well, I must say that probably it has been, and somehow it's still, one of the most contested lieux de mémoire of the 20th century history. Hungary was in a very special situation as concluded the war as the member of the German alliance. For various reasons, the anti-Nazi, pro-Anglo-American groups of the Hungarian governmental elite was unsuccessful in somehow exit from the war or conclude a secret armistice with the Anglo-American groups. And I just mentioned it to let you understand that when we are talking about 1945, it has a dual understanding. What came to an end in 1945? So how do we evaluate, how do we assess what happened before? And this is a very, very contested topic even nowadays among historians, but broader in terms of the public discourse. And the other part of this topic is what happened or what started, what began in 1945. And well, even under democratic conditions, it would have been a very contested topic. But as the Soviet Union and their communist counterparts in Hungary institutionalized the whole memory policy and the public narratives about 1945 just at the very beginning, after the Second World War, it didn't let any realm of real discussions about this very, very hot and sensitive topic. So after the collapse of communism, of course, all these debates emerged on the one hand, but on the other hand, many new research areas emerged, those topics which were the field of not only forbidden memory, but I would rather say that forced forget-it memories. Let me mention some topics. For example, the mass violence experiences of the civil society. For example, the mass sexual violence against women, which was committed by the Red Army. There is no real figures, even nowadays. Estimations range from 8,000 up to 800,000 of victims. And which is very interesting that this very high number, this 800,000 victims, doesn't come from, from those historical circles you probably suppose from. So not from conservative historical circles, but from a liberal feminist researcher. Women found out this very, very high number. Or there is another topic which affected a wide range of the Hungarian society and was completely a taboo topic before the collapse of the communist regime. It was the fate of those who was taken into Soviet captivity. Civilians, mainly civilians, those who were taken into the Gulag Gupvi camps. It affected the huge amounts of families, and it was completely forbidden to speak about it. Or let me just, another topic which has a high relevance, for example, the economical aspects of the Soviet occupation. According to some historians, it was rather a Soviet economic. Actually, it was the first phase of the Sovietization process. So this economic colonization of the country preceded the political aspect. So there are a lot of topics which were completely forbidden to discuss, especially in the public discourse before the regime change. And I think one of our task is to somehow put it into the table and put it into the historical agenda and also into the public discourse. And I would like to mention, last but not least, probably the most important factor, which is beyond and under of all these elements I was talking about. And this is the role of the propaganda, or I would rather say the role of linguistic politics, which was very smart part of the the Sovietization process or the communization process in Hungary. So I think the communist ideologists knew very well the role of introducing a new conceptual framework of interpreting our past, and introduce completely new new phrases, new words, like the dichotomy of reactionarists and Democrats, or reactionarists and those who are more progressive, so progressive versus reactionaries. And they formulated a complex conceptual narrative and linguistic narrative or linguistic framework of interpreting or speaking about past. And I think one of our tasks is not only to find or do new researches and put new topics into our agenda, but also reflect intellectually this kind of narrative, this kind of conceptual frameworks, because probably this is that part which the most survived the regime itself. So if we use the same words, if we use the same patterns of thinking, what they introduced 50 years ago, then we still follow up the way they want to think us to think about history. And it requires not only historical research work, but it requires a lot of intellectual reflection, which probably our common task. And of course, the third point is the dissemination, education, museology, and so on and so on. So I think this is how we reflect our past, which was very, very complex, very contested, full of emotion and full of a very different personal, individual stories. So we have to reflect it very sensitive, in a very sensitive way, with a lot of empathy, but also with a lot of intellectual reflection. So probably I would start with this picture.
Tak, moc děkuju. Sebastian, stejná otázka.
The same question for you, Sebastian. The year 1945 and how it is perceived in Poland.
Much for invitation, first of all. I have to explain, I'm in the place of President Karol Polejowski. He's absent today because of the voting in Polish Parliament on the position for President of Institute of National Remembrance. So using sports language, I'm a substitute player today. And what could I say about the anniversary of 1945? I think the turning point in the research work concerning this topic was, of course, a moment of political transition. Because before 1989, all scholars in Poland were focused on German crimes. If we to take under consideration the occupation of Poland. After the political transformation, a lot of scientists began doing research work focused on Soviet crimes. It was in Polish history very important moment, because we have to remember that in September 1939, Poland was divided between German Third Reich and Soviet Union. So in Polish collective memory, the end of the war during communist era was interpreted as the moment of freedom. the moment of liberation when and Soviet army was presented of peaceful army who gave liberation to Polish people. Of course, it wasn't true because a half of Poland, as I said, was occupied by Soviet Union, and a lot of Polish victims during the World War II were victims of Soviet crimes, victims of crimes committed by Soviet, especially, I mean, Katyn crime. And it was the topic which was completely forbidden in Poland. In communist-ruled Poland, dozens of people were sent to prison because of unveiling truth about Katyn crime. So the moment of political transition was really the moment when we could show the true history about occupation of Poland. What could I say in the context of history and about in the context of Polish memory about the Second World War? We talk today about historical events, but I would like to present some information from today, which is related to the Katyn crime, because today Russian authorities decided to remove some Polish symbolics from at the cemetery in Katyn. It's a quote from IPN's statement. At the Polish War Cemetery in Katyn, where over 4,000 mainly Polish army officers were murdered by Soviets and buried, the symbol of the Virtuti Militari War Order and the September 1939 campaign cross were destroyed. In May this year, a similar act of barbarity was committed at the Polish War Cemetery in Miednoje, where over 6,000 officers of the state police and other services are buried. So we talk about history, we talk about World War II, but we can easily see that it's not only the matter of the past.
Thank you very much. Určitě se k tomu dostaneme dále v debatě.
Thank you, and we will press ahead with our discussion. We always speak about how 1945 was perceived in Czechoslovakia, but we know that the Slovak perception of 45 differs from the Czech perception. So could you say something about the perception as such in Slovakia? Thank you. Thank you for the floor. Thank you for the invitation to this conference. I'm happy to commemorate and discuss the end of World War II in these very professional circles. It is necessary to discuss our history, and this discussion has to be based on accessible, available documents, and as long as 1945 is concerned, and Slovaks were fighting for freedom. They started 1944 in the Slovak uprising. Then the partisan fight started, and then the Slovak statehood was abolished at the same time. So in Slovakia, historians, and not only historians, actually argue whether that fight, which resulted in the loss of the Slovak statehood, whether that was worth it. Under the motto fighting for independent Czechoslovakia, whether this plurality was something that Slovaks also identified with, and maybe the criticism of the pro-Slovak or Slovakia historians, they were thinking something else. You know that Slovakia was spared the destruction of the war at large swathes. In Slovakia, of course, roads were damaged and bridges were damaged, and that's why those who argue against it, they say we should have waited it out. We shouldn't have created an uprising. Of course, this is a minority opinion. And we have got documents available in the archives, and historians also say that the fight for freedom for freedom by the Slovaks was worth it. But in those times, there is a conflict emerging in Slovakia at those times. There was the Communist Party and the illegality, and then there were other parties until 1945. And that conflict, which is seen in the civil resistance, is seen even farther in history. And there was the narrative that our territory was liberated by the Red Army and that people's democracy was established 1948. But all this has to be analyzed, deeply analyzed, based on our archives and also based on our vested right of opinion, and we have to see it apart from what I have said. We have to see the facts which are written down in the documents in the archive. We are this is our endeavor in the institution, the Nation's Memory Institution. We have our archives where documents are available related to the secret police of the Slovak state or the activities of the paramilitary organizations, the Glinda guards. We received those documents. We are now digitizing them and processing, exploring them, those documents, making them available to the wide broad public. There are also documents from the state secret police from the 1970s, because the secret police also did things that we would now categorize as the crimes against humanity. There were killings, and those documents are very interesting, and they are available for our researchers. So we have various document levels or categories. Then we have got, of course, people working in our scholars who also draw conclusions from those studies. There are documents describing the detention camp in Ilava. And it was up to the Ministry of the Interior whom to send there. And we also address topics topics related to the fact of liberation. And in the wake of liberation, Slovak citizens were deported to gulags in the Soviet Union. And we have cooperated with the center in Košice, and we joined 2 databases. And we have 1,500, and the other database one was 1,700 names big, and we found out that 13,000 names were very unique, and 13 names were very interesting for us. And then we have further documents. We have also received the files of people who were forcefully deported. And we have got so many files that we have to explore them. And this is something that our colleagues in Hungary also know, because we will have to join forces with the Hungarian colleagues. And this is one of our priorities, because I want to thank our Hungarian colleagues. And of course, we will have some joint activities. The Hungarian colleagues will visit us, and we will visit them. And we will be able to find out the precise numbers of people who were deported, forcefully displaced. And we have also received many documents thanks to the Czech colleagues. And this database will be then made available. Another topic that is very important for us is the fight of the democratic organizations or forces at the end of 1944 and 1945. And we saw it in eastern Slovakia. People who were connected with the Czechoslovak government. I name them František Němec. They wanted to build. They actually tried to remove those people from building the new state, and Colonel Plakingen was sent away, and another commander came on in his office, and he was supposed to build up a new security force in Slovakia, in the Slovak part of Czechoslovakia. You see that there was a fight not only in cultural but also in the security area. And we are also educating the public in those terms. Thank you. A number of topics have been discussed here regarding how 1945 and also Nazi crimes are perceived, Nazi crimes committed towards the end of the Nazi rule. And we know that a turning point followed, which is not perceived as a clearly positive one by everyone. I would like to ask, or rather say, that in the Czech Republic we do tend to defend the results of the end of the World War II. I would like to ask whether the Russian narrative is a contemporary one, or whether it is the result of the history, of the historical events. And how shall we argue against those people who call in question the Soviet Union and says that there were crimes committed, that he is actually denying the results of World War II? Sebastian, what do you think?
As I mentioned, the Polish perspective concerning the World War II is strictly linked with Russian perspective, but these two perspectives are completely different. A lot of Polish scientists indicate that in Russian and in Soviet collective memory, one of the founding myths is Great Patriotic War. And from Russian perspective, the history of World War II is analyzed sometimes separately from the experience of Great Patriotic War. And it's obvious that it's not, it's of course obvious that for the interest of Russian states, it's the best solution, because when in Russia, when Russians discuss about Great Patriotic War, they are able to forget about 2 years between war outbreak and between the German attack on the Soviet Union. And
cooperation between the Soviet Union and the
they can forget about the consequences of Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Thanks to this pact, Europe were divided between Germany and between Soviet Union. Soviet people can forget about crimes committed against, for example, Polish people. I said about Katyn crime, showing it as an example. And what is symbolic, Professor Szumiło talked about the differences between dates, in dates of Victory Day. In Western Europe, the day of celebration was 8th May. In Soviet sphere of influence in Soviet Union, it was 9th May. And for Soviets, of course, the 9th May is not only the end of the World War in Europe, but also the end of Great Patriotic War. So it's one of the most important thing in Russian collective memory. So I would like to present one example answering also the question which was asked by one of the speakers about the nature of Russian imperialism. It was quoted by Marshal Józef Piłsudski, who was asked about Russian imperial system, and he said something like this: regardless of what form of government it has, Russia is fiercely imperialistic. This is the essential feature of its political character. So I think it's true, and maybe Poles are especially sensitive to the danger posed by Russian power, but of course it's a consequence of centuries-long vicinity with Russian neighbor. And what could I say about commemoration of Russian crime? If it's time to present some activities, from Institute of National Remembrance. I think this event is completely unknown in Europe. I mean Augustów Roundup. It is an event which was called Small Katyn. It was action made special military action. The name is characteristic. It was action undertaken by Soviet Union units in July 1945. About 7,000 people were arrested in the East Poland. They were tortured and murdered. We don't know the place where those people were buried. Some eyewitness accounts, according to eyewitness accounts, we can speculate that that people were buried on the Soviet territory. Now it's territory of Belarus, and of course we are not able to to search the bodies of these victims. So we are focused on commemorating of these people. Of course, it's very important for our memory about the Soviet crimes. But of course, we also commemorate soldiers of Polish independent underground fighting against Soviet after World War II. And for example, Institute is involved in renovation of the graves of Polish underground soldiers. And it's a very important task which we realize. Of course, we don't commemorate only the Soviet victims. We also commemorate victims of German crimes. We can't forget about 1,000 of people who were killed by Germans. For example, very important events in the final weeks of German occupation were death marches organized by German. We commemorate victims of these marches in few places in Poland, and it's also very important aspect of our activity. Also, very important is commemorating people who are deported to Soviet Union. As mentioned my colleagues, Soviets used to arrest and transport to Soviet Union people from Hungary, from Czechoslovakia, and also from Poland. Especially it was seen in the Upper Silesia. A lot of miners were transported to Soviet Union to work in Soviet mines, in Soviet mine coals. So it's also interesting, I think, that Institute of National Remembrance is also has the opportunity to commemorate Polish people outside the Polish borders. For example, in Lithuania, we commemorate in Szyszkic, a place where Polish minority was quite huge. And for example, we commemorated there a priest who was sentenced to death by Soviet authorities after the Second World War. When we talk about the end of World War II, I would also like to present one example we presented, because it's very important to show the history to young people. We are concentrated, of course, we are focused on research work, but also we would like to present history in attractive form who is appropriate for young people. And for example, we have prepared a series of educational etudes. Every of etudes lasts about 7 to 10 minutes, and every film is focused on one issue. And the title is very significant. It's Play of Words in Polish. not liberation, but enslavement. In Polish, it's easy to write. And our aim is to show young people that the end of World War II, of course, it was significant event in Polish history. It was end of German occupation, but it was also beginning of new Soviet occupation, which lasted to the end of communist era to 1989. I will not enumerate all of activities, but if it will be possible, I of course can enumerate another examples.
Okay, thank you. And Reka, jaký je maďarský, what's the Hungarian point of view in the front of the Russian narratives? Is it different from the Polish or from Slovakian and the Czech, or is the same?
Of course, if we look at the big picture, we are facing the same situation and same problems. But as I mentioned, that the special situation of the Hungarian history, therefore there is a special problem in confronting the narratives. After 1945, there was a very simplified and falsified narratives that Hungary was almost a completely fascist country, and if there were any anti-fascist circles, they were the communists. So it's a very simple dichotomy, and it was the official interpretation for decades. And well, it was completely forbidden, or there was no way to do real researches and to enter into real historical discussion on a more colorful interpretation of our past. So I think one of the main tasks after 1989 was to show that there was an anti-Nazi and anti-communist democratic alternative within the Hungarian political palette. It was very colorful, from, let's say, conservatives and Christian Democrats up to the Social Democrats, or even certain non-Moscovite communists. Or, there were certain circles who called them communists as far as they met, the Bolsheviks come back from Moscow. So they were very, very colorful groups, but from the very beginning, after 1949, and these groups took very serious personal risks after the German occupation and entered into the resistance movement and rescued the life of persecuted peoples. And then they were the most important groups who were willing to resistance against the Soviet occupation as well. So they were the first targeted groups by the Soviet agencies, the Smersh, NKVD, and the Hungarian communist counterparts. So what is very interesting, that there were persecution against the war criminals, the most important war criminals, but the let's say everyday far-right, pro-Nazi, Aero-Cross members were, much less targeted than these anti-Nazi, anti-communist intellectuals. And they were interned, they were arrested, they were persecuted from the very beginning. And probably this was one of the most tabooized topic. So when we are speaking about contested narratives, I think this was one of the main problem. Probably the second problem was a kind of, how to say it, competition between victimhoods. So we had to face two totalitarian dictatorships, two tragic periods with full of transgenerational traumas. And it's very, very difficult to, find the appropriate narratives when everybody can, find its own history, own family history. Many times, there are groups who were victims of both dictatorships, but, many times we have many stories when somebody who was victim of one of the dictatorship became, a perpetrator or a bystander or just, stay outside of history. And even within one life story, you can find different episodes. So you can, it's not history never white and black. The very complex stories that in one episode you behave as a rescuer, you take personal risk, very, very serious risk, and in another period you probably just don't do anything or collaborate for various reasons. And it's very, very, in a very simplified, so when memory policy always try to simplify, and history is always much more complex. And I think this is very, very, very difficult to find the proper way to show it and interpret it and go back to this big picture and the Soviet memory policy and now the Russian memory policy. They always want to simplify and falsify and somehow weaponizing all this story. And I think our main role to always offer a different way of understanding. And of course, in the when we have to face not only the geopolitical weaponizing of history, but I think there is another big challenge, probably even similar big challenge. This is what I would call this kind of Insta or TikTok history. Because what we are talking about, this is how we interpret history, which we consider as have a huge relevance. But nowadays, I think the most challenges, the biggest challenge that this TikTok generation or this way of thinking, history has no relevance at all. So what we are talking about is somehow, just not relevant for in this new 21st century mass media TikTok way of thinking, and I think it's such a huge problem than the weaponizing history.
Thank you very much. Jirguši, stejná otázka tedy.
Jirguš, the same question, current Russian narratives after 45. So how should we encounter them? How should we deal with them? Well, I don't focus mainly on these issues, but I would say that the Soviet mythology about World War II is deeply rooted in Slovakia, and it is part of collective memory of our nation. It is possible to fight it, but we have to do so by facts and research. We have to uncover individual layers of this mythology and these myths of military, political, individual layers of the myths, which sometimes become entangled or merge into one another. It might be more visible sometimes in one area and less in other. But what we try to do is to stir up discussion, a discussion about eyewitnesses or time witnesses, and about monuments that stand in our cities and are devoted to Red Army soldiers, because it means that we talk about. It doesn't mean that we deny them their role in destroying the Nazi occupation, but we try to point out that these monuments were built, erected in our cities in order to spread Soviet propaganda and influence in our cities, such as Banská Bystrica. In the first wave of fights, Romanian soldiers fought there, but there were 35 buried Red Army soldiers, and then a monument was erected there, which became a culture site, even though there were mainly Romanian soldiers fighting there, not Russian. That's why we try to make educational videos for young people as well. I think that today we can say that the Soviet Union was responsible for starting World War II, because in the 30s they divided Europe. Stalin and Hitler divided Europe, and they committed later their allies, because their goal was for the Red Army to occupy as much land as possible and then import communism and Soviet regimes there. So what do we base these allegations on? For instance, the signature of the Transatlantic Charter from August 41, where Stalin committed himself to political requirements, saying that he will not occupy foreign land, that he will not change the borders, that he will not interfere with in a domestic political order, and that he will respect the rights and freedoms in the particular country. Also, the signing of Pact on Liberated Army or Yalta conference results and so on, that and all of this was just a lie to the Allies.
This is what we can say now based on our research and the facts we have found. There was a turning point, and that is the Kremlin policy denying such research efforts and denying Soviet crimes. But also here in Central and East Europe, they are trying to spark controversies. I hope they will not be successful in that. Thank you. Let me say one thing. Yargos, what you were saying is the same here in the Czech Republic. Those deep roots are in the minds of older generations here in the Czech Republic as well. And the myths which have been debunked, they are still surviving. And this is a huge problem for across the families in the Czech Republic, but also in the educational system, which is not able to make the facts, true facts, available to pupils, to students who would be resilient against the Soviet propaganda, the propaganda of the Russian imperialism. Here in the Czech Republic, there is this discourse, and that might culminate after January 1st, 2026. Why? Because we will have a new criminal code in effect, and in section 403, thanks to our efforts, there is a definition of the criminal regime, and that enlists not only the Nazi regime, but also the communist regime. That means the communist regime is legally seen on par with the Nazi regime. And the communists bear huge resentment, of course. So it will be very interesting to see how law enforcement authorities will actually proceed. Of course, symbols are involved, because what the Soviet Union was doing and today's Russia is doing in Ukraine is that they pose actually symbols everywhere in Ukraine now, or in the Czech Republic. We had this statute of Marshal Commander Konev in Prague 6, and we wanted to remove it. There was a hysterical response from Russia. So the discourse about removing symbols of communism, that will be increasing. It will be very strong. And there are also bizarre monuments. Pilsen, the city of Pilsen, was liberated by the American army, but still there is a Czech Soviet memorial which was erected in 1946. And it has a plaque commemorating the victims of the communist regime, but still it should not be there, the monument as such, commemorating the Czech Soviet camaraderie. We have got the representatives of the elite of the memory institutions in Europe. And that's why I would like to ask you about the research activities. Czechoslovakia and Hungary and Poland were colonized by the Soviet regime, and we actually collaborate very closely with the Ukrainian colleagues, and they have got Soviet archives with a lot of information from our country. How would you envisage the ideal cooperation on this platform? We are so happy to be able to merge or to join our forces. We speak about new topics, collectivization in agriculture or intelligence services. So how would you envisage our future cooperation as representative of a memory institute? Please.
There are a lot of possibilities of making even stronger and more effective our cooperation. I think, well, this is a part of the question of the human resources. As far as I see that there are much more possibilities than people who could work on it, but still, I think we have to concentrate on it. But on the other hand, I think all of us face a common problem that mainly basically we do our researches for our own national audience. So, we have to, all of us have to fulfill a gap of 4 decades. And we have to do the basic archival researches. We have to put on the table the new agenda. We have to, all of us have the very common problem of put into the public discourse those topics which were not welcomed, for decades. So we have a lot of tasks with our own national public. And we use somehow, national interpretations. And I think our common task is to find a kind of common language, common points of view, how we can describe similar but sometimes different procedures, patterns, and then find the common good platforms. I think it's very important that we have to find appropriate channels, which many times are far from our, comfortable area. All of us was born in the 20th century, and more or less comfortable with, books, articles, we like to read, but the 21st century is the period of the visualization. So, for example, therefore, I always think of the role of propaganda, the visual propaganda. We were discussed, you mentioned the forced collectivization. So, we had a common root. The first caricatures about the kulaks, came from the 1920s from Russia. And then the Hungarian communists and the Czech and Slovak and Polish communists use the same materials. So so I think, for example, that the visualization, the propaganda, the caricatures can be a very good channel through which we can powerfully show the real disruptive role of this Russian Bolshevik communist way of thinking, because I'm convinced that beyond the historical facts and many tragedies and traumas and so on, probably the most long-lasting level of the influence of this Russian communist period is the way of thinking, the mentality, the attitudes of people, which is the way how we, as I started, that the language. So many times we use the same language as we inherited from after 1945 without reflecting this. And I think our common task is somehow to overwrite it. But as I thought, it needs a lot of intellectual work, and somehow we have to step out of our national, narrative, which is not easy. It's very, very, very difficult, I think. But probably this might be a common point of common work. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sebastian.
So I think today's conference is the proof that we cooperate quite closely. Last time we talked in Warsaw 2 months ago about the solidarity and the beginning of Solidarity Revolution in Poland, and we also have scientists, guests from Czech Republic, from Hungary, and from Slovakia. So I think it's a good platform of cooperation to present the common experience of Central Europe. I mean, in this context, of course, experience concerning Second World War, for example, the social movements in communist-ruled countries, political opposition, cooperation between oppositional groups in our countries. It is quite easy to see the cooperation between Czechoslovak, between Hungarian and Polish opposition, and I think it's a very important task to for us to remember about that common activity. And of course, we can't forget about the experience which is a consequence of being in Soviet sphere of influence. So these platforms who are, in my opinion, easy to be treated as a platform of our cooperation.
Thank you very much. Jarguš?
Ďakujem pekne za otázku aj za slovo. Z môjho pohľadu...
Thank you. In my view, it is important that we cooperate also through open, available archives and files. That means Slovak researchers should be allowed to research in Ukrainian, Polish, Czech and Hungarian archives, so that and that would be the best foundation for our international cooperation. And we are speaking about things that we share, that we have in common, but we also have other moments which are troublesome, which we have to discuss. And good research activity on a national level is a good basis for high quality discourse on an international level, and then we can actually explain it to the contemporary audience. Europe, if it wants to stay together, then it must face the troublesome moments. So we have to stand up to them. And another point of view, when speaking about various topics, for instance, gulags and forced collectivization, etc., those topics, in my view, should be researched together, jointly, and we should also say that we will prepare monographies in order to evaluate the developments in various countries.
So perhaps when we research individual periods, it turns out that the approach of Soviets towards Sovietization was not the same, or perhaps it was in individual countries. And this approach can provide many answers to our questions. So thank you. I'm glad that we all agreed that the level of cooperation is at a very high level. I'm pleased to hear that. At the Reiki, I'll think about how we should move to virtual space, maybe have some joint or common internet platform where we could exchange information or results of our research. And when it comes to archives, well, that's clear. We try to digitize archives and keep them as open as possible in the Czech Republic. Sometimes we encounter language barrier, especially with Hungarian colleagues. This is also something that we will have to address. But it is possible it is resolvable. And I'm glad that, for instance, in the question of forced collectivization, we are so intertwined that a month ago, we held a 2-day conference on the topic of forced collectivization. It was held at the National Museum of Agriculture in Prague, where representatives of these countries presented how forced collectivization took place in their respective countries. So we discussed what the collectivization had in common, what was different, and so on. Would you like to add something? Yes, I would like to add that even in the area of archives, our cooperation is deepening, or has been deepening. And I can say that we've had an annual meeting of European network of institutions that deal with secret police archives. And Martina Cook, the president, is very active. And during the 2-day conference, we created a council of this network, or a board of this network, where each institution sends their own representative in order to stay interconnected. And I'm not talking only about interconnecting the documents administered by the institutions, but the access to these documents. So on one page, you should be able to look up documents that are part of individual archives, and of course it would make it easier for the researchers to access archives in Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and so on. Yes, this is also very important, and I also hope that the AI, artificial intelligence, will help us and make it possible for us to share data more quickly than we were used to in the past. Let's take this opportunity and ask you whether you have any question for the panelists or whether you would like to add something. I would like to remind you, now that we're talking about deportations and persecutions and by Soviets and others, that sometimes we forget about persecution based on religion and faith, which was also a very important part of, the suppressions of Roman Catholics. So this was also a very important part of our history. So we should not forget that. Yes, so this is directly connected to Slovakia because basically church schools were limited and restricted during the national uprising, and there are many other topics. But I'm glad that you emphasize this. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Important, persecution against Catholic Church, especially in history of Poland. One of central research project who is conducted in the Institute of National Remembrance is dedicated to the history of persecution of Catholic Church and of Catholics in Poland. So yes, we really appreciate, and we know that that issue is crucial in our post-war history.
Yes. I would like just to add one more aspect, that in Hungary, this is a multi-religious country, so we do quite wide range researches on persecution, not on the Catholic Church and not only the churches, but on religion, which includes the Protestants, but also includes a very, very important, when we don't used to speak about it, the Jewish religion. So the Jews who survived the Holocaust came back to Hungary, and those who were religious, they were also persecuted on the base of their religious faith. So this is one point I would like to add. And the second, that with including these, our institutions, we have a series of the conference series of on religious persecution. And we discussed first the first phase, the 40s and 50s, then the 60s. Now, so 3 weeks ago, we organized a conference about the 70s, and the next one will be about the 80s. So this is really a topic of high relevance, and I think in all of our institutions have a great interest. So thank you very much for this edition.
Okay. Tak, má ještě někdo nějaký dotaz nebo připomínku?
Okay, are there any other questions or yes?
Otakar van Gemunt. I'm a civic activist, but that's just to introduce myself. It has nothing to do with my question. This question I would pose specifically to Mrs. Kish. Have you any data regarding the measure of resistance in Hungary, anti-fascist resistance during the war? And could you give us some insight in the share of non-communist resistance groups in this resistance?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. It's a huge topic, and it's very difficult to give data or figures. But we just published a book about the resistance, not the movements, but individual stories who were involved in different resistant groups. And we found that it was much more colorful, much more, wide range, and overlapped each other from, Zionist resistant movements up to Catholic and Protestant and other religious resistance movements, even, far-right anti-Semitic resistance movements who were in the same anti-Nazi resistance movements, and there were, typical conservative groups or social democrats. So very, very colorful, and what was very interesting, that they were somehow were able to found or establish a network. Which is very interesting, that Hungary was occupied by Germany only in 1944. So before 1944, in a classical, in terms of the classical meaning of resistance, it doesn't make sense because it was, well, resistance. The government itself wanted to conduct a secret armistice with the Anglo-American powers. So even the Hungarian communists supported the Hungarian government in order to find a way to get out of the war. 1944, the German occupation introduced a completely new situation. And within a very short period, these anti-Nazi, very colorful individuals and small groups could, find each other, and also they found connections with, for example, the Slovak resistant movements, with the certain intelligence circles from the OSS and the MI6, even MI6 and the SOE. We are at the very, very beginning of this whole research, because, as I mentioned, it was a completely forbidden territory, because the legitimization, the basis of the communist legitimization was that they were the only resistant, the only anti-fascist group. So it was completely forbidden. Very few, of course, documents survived, because, well, you don't produce too much documents when you work illegally, and but it's a very, very colorful story, much more colorful as we used to think.
Thank you very much. Tak můžeme v té debatě pokračovat na krátkém coffee.
Okay, we can continue the debate during coffee break. That will continue after the debate, and then we will have our final panel, and then final discussion on the topic of Czech uniqueness, of how we perceive 1945. So please, after a 10-minute coffee break, come back so we can continue with our program. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists, and thank you, Reika, Jarkuš, and others. Thank you for your cooperation.
Tak, dobrý den, budeme pokračovat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a panel titled Different Perspectives on 1945. One of the panelists was supposed to be the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes director, who is, for health reasons, not present. But we have Jan Kalos among us, Jan Honza, who is a Czechoslovakian historian, Czechoslovak historian. He works in both the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, but also works for the Nation's Memory Institution. He will be speaking about Jan Šverma. Ladies and gentlemen, it was November 1952, and the first hearing of the court. The defense and also the public prosecutor, Josef Urválek, was speaking against 11 defendants. The main defendant, Rudolf Sladsky, and Urválek said about him, when meeting the imperialists' conditions, Slansky, during the Slovak uprising, created criminal conditions against the representative of the Czechoslovak people, Jan Šverma. The former party member says several times, "Now I am pleading guilty for the death of Jan Šverma." To this, he was made forcefully. He was against it. He was who was that people's hero, Jan Šverma, who was celebrated as a people's. He was born in 1941 in Mnichovo Hradiště. His father was an attorney. In the 1970s, his memorial, his statue was erected, but later it became a matter of conflicting debates and was removed. Jan, when young, would study. First he went to the high school and then to University of Charles University in Prague, and he met Maria Švábová, and they met at the meetings of the the proletariat's unity, and they fell in love, married in 1928 when they were established in the communist movement. Šverma dropped out of university. From 24 onwards, he became a political figure, and 3 years later he became a party member, Communist Party. He was very good in public speaking. He was a journalist, and he actually took party offices. He was in the Central Committee. In 26, he started studying the Lenin School in Moscow, and he was looked up by the Bolshevik leadership, and he established contacts within the Communist internationals. And he was also present at the 6th Congress of the Soviet Party meeting, and then he came to Czechoslovakia. He supported Klement Gottwald. He was supporting him. He was proclaiming the Bolshevization. He became the Politburo member and the Secretariat member. Gottwald sent him to the trade unions to support communist positions. He was very good as an organizer. He was one of the henchman of Gottwald. He was preparing materials. He was very good in public speaking. From 36 until 1938, he was the chief editor-in-chief of the Red Daily, and this was a very good daily. When Gottwald fled to Moscow, he, Šverma, took over the leadership of the Communist Party. Jacques Rupnik described the Communist Party situation as, for the first time, when Šmeral was dismissed from the leadership of Communist Party, the Czech communists found in Šverma a gifted leader. In 1936, he became a member of the parliament. He was speaking about the benefit of the National Front as a barrier against the fascism. He was also speaking about the clemency for the communist cadres. After Gottwald came back, he faced the criticism for ultra-right communism, and he actually started speaking about his self-critique, and then he removed himself from the public eye, and then in 1936 he was again elected for the Central Committee and then for the Politburo. He was never opposing Gottwald or Stalin. He always was in line with the official instruction of the party, and you can see how he defended the Moscow show trials. It was in January 37 when he wrote in the communist press, the process, the trial with Trotskyists is closed, and the Soviet justice uncovered the agents and brought them before court. And Soviet justice is sending the Nazi agent to the gallows in order to protect the lives of hundreds and millions. After Munich, he left. It was 1938 for Moscow. In May 1939, he was sent to Paris by the Communist Party, where he was supposed to represent the Communist Party in Paris. In January 1940, he returned to Moscow. He became a very gifted member of the Communist Party in Moscow. He wrote articles for Moscow radio and Moscow papers. It was in September 43, he was sent together with Slansky to Slovakia. There was an uprising. He was sick, and after the uprising was defeated, he actually went to the mountains, and then he died in 43 in Lower Tatra mountains. He was erected into the pedestal of the martyrs next to Julius Fučík, Eduard Urks, or Evžen Rošitsky. However, there was a difference between them. Gusta Fučíková, the wife of Fučík, she actually supported the cult of her husband. Maria Švermová was also claiming the party ladder. But at the beginning of the 1950s, she was in prison, and in January 1964, she became life sentenced.
She was then conditionally released and rehabilitated in 1963. In 1968, she supported reformist policy of Alexander Dubček. In 1970, she was expelled from the Communist Party for the second time. The normalization regime didn't like her, plus she also signed the Charter 77. She did not meet the ideal of a wife, a promoter of the works of her idealized husband. I would like to also mention Šverma's engagement in Slovakia. So why would a person with health problems go there? Gottwald had to send someone who would be reliable, creative, and capable. And of course, this could not be intriguing and arrogant Václav Kopecký, a person with a limited general overview and political ambition. So Šverma took up the task of going to Slovakia as a challenge. And second, he was exhausted and perhaps he died of pneumonia. But the fact is that someone stole Šverma's backpack, and he couldn't wear warm socks in his smaller boots, and so he got fever and was on the verge of death. In a book on Šverma, published in the mid-50s, the author Věra Holá wrote, they found him hundreds of meters away from the camp. He was lying on the ground, eyes wide open, and he was lying on the mountain snow. Maria Švermová learned about the death of her husband in Moscow later on with a certain delay, and she wrote, I went into my room feeling weird, and soon after Ruda Slansky came to me. He hugged me and said he was coming back without Honza. When asked when Honza is coming here, he said he's not coming, he's never coming, that he died during a snowstorm, that he couldn't put up with, just like dozens of other soldiers. Švermová never believed that. And in November 1945, there was a state funeral of Jan Šverma. His remains were picked up from the Tatra Mountains and traveled to the Pantheon of the National Museum, where he had state burial. Then the funeral was taken to Mnichovo Hradiště, where he was supposed to lay in a family tomb. But then something strange happened that Maria Švermová mentioned again. I quote, I stepped a few steps ahead of the others, stepped on the edge of a hole covered with black cloth, and fell down onto Honza's coffin. I must have lost consciousness for a moment. I don't remember anything in detail. From the accounts of witnesses, I could imagine what happened at that moment and what the frightened Jurka, their daughter, was going through. She was standing just behind me when I suddenly disappeared underground right before her eyes. in that dimly lit tomb, illuminated only by flickering candles. It must have been like a scene from a Shakespearean tragedy. Fortunately, I was not seriously injured. Jan Šverma had his life not ended on the slopes of Čabence at the turn of the 1940s and 1950s, would probably have faced similar problems to those faced by Slansky, his wife and his brother-in-law. He was honored, admired, and uncritically heroized. By that I mean Jan Šverma. The Švermov municipality became part of Kladno, and it was called Švermovo for quite some time. And there were Švermové sady, many areas. The current metro station was called Švermas metro station. So the current Stefanik Bridge bore his name as well. Or since 1996, the statue of Jan Šverma, created by Jan Antonín Nikl, was there. And in 1999, it was removed and then came later placed back in Olsztyn Cemetery. Industrial plants, miles on, and of course public spaces and streets bore the name of Jan Šverma. And of course, engaged film was made about Jan Šverma. In the television series Povstalecká historia, uprising history, filmed for the 40th anniversary of the uprising, Šverma appeared, played by Jaroslav Mareš, as an unblemished and loyal party member, an unyielding and brave fighter. Allow me to conclude by quoting his last public speech. He delivered it on 7th November 1944 in the Slovak mountains, already weak and ill. He reportedly said, I quote, "We are not weak. Today, on the anniversary of the Great October, we will mobilize our forces again. We are not alone. The Great Red Army is with us. Yesterday, it liberated Užhorod and Mukachevo. We, too, will fight the fascists here in the mountains. We will fight in groups. When the groups are divided, we will continue to fight the fascists even individually." 3 days later, this right and always determined hand of Klement Gottwald breathed his last breath. Thank you for your attention.
Tak děkujeme Honzovi za připomenutí Jana Švermy a legendy okolo něho.
Thank you for reminding us of the legacy of Jan Šverma and the legend surrounding him. And now I would like to ask Mr. Cholinsky, if he's here, whether he could perhaps come here. Jan Cholinsky from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes with his presentation. The title of the presentation is quite long. Perhaps I'll leave it up to you, Hansa, to say it. Well, I was supposed to cut it short by 5 minutes, so I don't know where I should find those 5 minutes. Perhaps I should start by saying that it is a well-known fact that in between 1945 and 1948, two-stage communist revolution took place in Czechoslovakia. The first stage, where the first 3 years, 45 to 48, the communists, in their jargon, call it a national and democratic revolution. But in fact, it was a nationalist and socialist revolution. And after February 48, it was followed by communist revolution, leading up to the Sovietization of the country and society. These are the facts. But anyone can have their own view of the events and opinion. I would like to remind you of two competing opinions. One from 1984, from the Orwellian dystopian year. If we looked into Robert Kvaček's book on national traditions, we could read towards the end that the two-stage revolution and its pinnacle is evaluated as period concluding the very sense of our history. And so that's one opinion. And another opinion was published the same year, but in exile abroad. It was published by Professor Kalvoda, a historian and a professor, representative of a different year. And he said that in Orwellian year, we have to remind ourselves of February 48 as the result that equals, or the result which led to dystopian order being installed in our society. So the views of the period can be very different. And I would start by quoting Josef Kalvoda, not from his expert research, but from an article or an interview with him. At the beginning of May 1945, the Czech Moravian highlands saw dozens of German soldiers fleeing the Red Army. Most people, including me, Kalvoda, were pleased to see the end of the war and the occupants leaving the country. But when we saw the way that Soviet soldiers were acting and behaving, we were afraid that a new occupation might come. And in many cases, the liberators, Soviet liberators, acted worse than the German soldiers. They violated women, murdered women, stole property, and in the eyes of many people, liberators were perceived as new occupants. And then he continues. Based on the reports from London from the end of the war, most Czechs thought that the legal order of the First Czechoslovak Republic would be restored. The activities of the post-revolutionary national committees hinted at a different development. It was officially stated that the Czechoslovak Constitution of 1920 was still valid and in effect, but the political practice made it clear that it is not true. We were succumbed to propaganda where lies and truth were often contrary, replaced by one another. And the Košice the Košice government program showed us that the 1920 constitution is not what the practice shows us on a daily basis. So, and I would like to add my own characterization. Exile opponents of Edvard Beneš and his Soviet and Russophile direction before 1945. The policy of the interim President Beneš and his interim government in London during World War II led to the National Coalition Front in Moscow and the appointment of new Czechoslovak governments consisting of 25 ministers, out of which 5 communists and two covert communists, Ferlinger and another one. And this government, supported by the Red Army, installed authoritarian regime with totalitarian aspects, or a dictatorship of National Front, which was called People's Democracy. And when we're talking about people's democracy, people actually came up with a joke that there's a difference between democracy and people's democracy, and it's the same difference as with an armchair and an electric armchair. But this government made it impossible to have free political competition and banned all political parties and criminalized their representatives. In Czech lands, these included agrarian party, Republicans, entrepreneurs who were falsely accused of collaborating with the German occupants, even though many of them were actively resisting Nazi Germany. So the democratic legal order was not restored. And even though the First Czechoslovak Republic had many flaws, it still was a democratic legal order, and it was guaranteed by the 1920 Constitution. And the validity of the 1920 Constitution was restored, but later it was replaced by the Košice government program, that was compiled by or drafted by communists and adopted, and followed by president's decrees. I have a quotation from the Košice government program, but I will try to cut it short.
And I quote, showing the gratitude of the Czechoslovak peoples towards the Soviet Union. The Czechoslovak government will cooperate. And there is the Czechoslovak-Soviet Treaty about the after-war cooperation will be showing the future for all future. This is what I like, for all future. And since I am a witness and I still remember those paroles, cooperation for good for all the times with the Soviets. Well, I'm now headed. No, I'm still quoting. The National Front government was responsible for the misuse of the justice system and criminalization of the justice system and state misuse and also nationalization of the private property, including the Baťa works. The government was responsible for the deportation and also for crimes by the lower parts of the society committed on Czech Germans as well. In my opinion, and opinion of other historians, this was done with the collaboration and activities of Edward Beneš and his activity in the exile. And I have no time to actually depict all these things, but I might now quote some declarations by Beneš, and some sources are okay. January 3rd, 44, Beneš said to the journalists in Algiers, "You can rely on the Russians. They honor their obligations. I know them. I speak Russian." 12 days in a stretch, I would meet Stalin. I got the impression that they are happy to be in the family of other nations. They are extremely proud of their military success. They are responsible, and they have accepted their responsibility, and they will honor their obligations. Another quote goes, in the press, London Express, Beneš published an article, and I quote, "Stalin is against any endeavor to force any communist ideas on the Donau countries because nobody will want to force somebody that is against the people's free will." Another part of my paper will approach the activity of Beneš and his group as the interim government in exile, but I will start in 1943, and of course you can look for details. In England, during World War II, there were Czech and Slovak groups, anti-fascist resistant groups that had a different program than Beneš's group. On the Czech side, there was an opposition, Czech National Unity and Slovak National Board in London. They both respected each other when defending Czech and Slovak interests. Unlike Beneš and his group, they had the same program as the Czech unity groups, and they were against the pro-Soviet orientation proclaimed by Beneš. Let me say that the Czech national unity was chaired by Lev Prchala, who was removed in a scandalous way. In 1940, he couldn't engage in the resistance movement, and his deputy was Karel Locher, a functionary of Social Democratic Party, and his another colleague was Vladimir Ležák, communist and then National Socialist, who parted ways with Beneš. And he was an insider in terms of the Soviet Union and system there. So that was the Czech opposition, and Slovak opposition was chaired by the Catholically minded Petr Fridlov, a journalist who was in the opposition to the Tiso regime in Slovakia and had many supporters among the Catholic Slovaks. And first he cooperated with Milan Hoxha, the evangelical figure, and they were trying to get autonomy, but Hoxha later went to America, and Petr Pridavok decided to fight for the independent Slovakia. In 1944, those groups, they were protested against the Soviet cooperation treaty. They sent it to Eidman and other statesmen. In April 1945, the Czech national unity. Let me say something about the protests against the Czech-Soviet treaty. You can look for that in Securitas Imperii number 22 or 23. You will find the article in English and in Czech with the commentary. In April 1945, Czech National Unity was renamed into a committee which declared itself as an opposition organization against the Czechoslovak National Front and its regime. Between 45 and 47, the Czech National Committee cooperated with the Slovak National Committee in London and the government in the club. And they would send memoranda to different governments, and they were trying to reach out to the people at home. However, there was no other opposition in Czechoslovakia. In February 1948, the Czech National Committee issued a press release about the communist putsch in Prague, and it distributed it to the free democracies, the UK and others, and they started working in resistance abroad in exile. I will skip the part about the Slovak National Committee, how it actually renamed itself, and I will say something about 1945 and the activity of the Czech National Committee. There was the declaration about it. The Czech National Committee sends a text to the homeland criticizing the situation and the political leaders in Czechoslovakia. On May 25th, 1945, there is another article, and in December 1945, together with Polish politicians, there is a declaration sent to the UN criticizing the removal of minorities from Czechoslovakia, and then there is another declaration sent to the American nations. This is about the theme I wanted to discuss, and now I would like to read out the declaration to the members. Václav Míšek, member of the Czech National Committee, to the peasants or sent to Czech agrarians. Agrarians, I am reaching out to you as an independent and free representative of Czechoslovakia. In the Londoner magazine Sunday Times from May 20th, interview was published with Zdeněk Firlinger, the chairman of the communist puppet government in Czechoslovakia, and he's saying agrarian party is abolished. It's forbidden because of the collaboration with the Germans. And Mishek is saying, I'm saying that this allegation is a lie committed by the communists and their henchmen. An agrarian party was not pro-Nazi. They were all they ended all in concentration camps. It is true that the Prague communist government is under the influence of the Red Army and is trying to confiscate the land and enslave the peasants, the farmers. The objective is to rob them of the freedom, and that's why the that's why they are making so much terror and arresting them. Communists are hiding their true objectives. And Firlinger said, together in the interview with the Red editor, that agrarian party was the major party in Czechoslovakia. Was it a pro-fascist party? How would it be possible that we had a democratic regime? This is a lie. The agrarian party was the cornerstone of democracy in Czechoslovakia, etc. And it goes on and on. This declaration ends with the words, "Please don't admit to enslave 67 million of European farmers. Help me in my explanation towards the free world, what happened in Central Europe." And there is another quote by Jiří Bertl from the Czech National Committee for the patriots, Czechoslovak patriots. And I will read just first sentences. My friends, it is from May 1945. Friends, the German Nazi terror was defeated by the Allies. The communist banish of terror started. The Brown persecution was directed against you, Czech patriots. You were nationalists, but not Nazis. Germans persecuted you because you were true to the Czech national program. The Red Terror is directed against you, Czech patriots. The communists need tools, not independent representatives of free organization.
And it ends. We, as assigned representatives, now hang the flag of national liberty high, and we call to you. Remember the words of Vojta Dyka, the great poet. Do not succumb to terror, fight the evil. London, in London, Jiří, Loch and Bertl. I will skip another declaration of the member of the National Committee, Jaroslav Ležák-Borina, and will give you the last quote in my last minute. Declaration of the Central European Club to American nations from December 45. I will quote at least part of it because I would like to emphasize how topical it is. So, to American nations, over the last 3 decades, and above any doubts, it is clear that the nations of Central Europe cannot live in liberty and prosperity if they are not united by a single idea and organization and don't unite behind a single cause. And therefore, the American nations are an example for a democratic order. We hope that our relatives and friends abroad, overseas, will support us so that we can avoid such terrible events as were the two world wars. When we look at the tensions between democracy and communism, we have to unite and be able to fight aggression. We are convinced that all democratic nations of our should fully support the idea of united Central Europe if it were able to vote in free elections. But under the foreign influence, political schemes try to falsify elections, and we are convinced that if the Central Europe disintegrates, we won't be, or that if we were to remove disintegration of Central Europe, we would be able to unite. We, as the representatives of nations in Central Europe, strive for the establishment of free federation consisting of independent nations of Central Europe, which means between Germany and Russia. If this federation cannot be decided by free will of these nations who wish to live freely in brotherhood based on democratic and Christian principles, we, the Committee of Federation, consider to be the trustees of our nations. We appeal to those who share our views of Central United Europe to create funds in our support and to gain funds to receive funding for promoting these goals. Therefore, we would like to ask everyone who sympathizes with us to get in touch with us, unquote. And I would like to say that currently these ideas are perceived by me as very topical because they are much closer to united Central European countries in a V4 than basically our engagement in European Union, which also is headed towards a federation, but on completely different basis than what Czech people in exile thought or expected.
Tak děkujeme moc za příspěvky. Vážené dámy, vážení pánové, já bych vám chtěl poděkovat za dnešní.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for today. For being here with us today. I would like to thank all the presenters. We had another discussion panel planned about Czech specifics, about why the Czech year is considered differently or perceived differently than in other countries, which was also supported by what we've heard by our foreign colleagues. But we decided to make it the final panel of our conference. So we will not skip this panel, but it will be on tomorrow's agenda. And if you are not able to be here in person, we will also stream this conference online. So thank you very much for today. And those of you who will go see the tour of the Chernian Palace of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, please wait for us at the entrance of Liechtenstein Palace. And Mr. Valenta will be your Führer for tonight. So he will accompany you together with colleague Bára Botová. So thank you very much. I hope you liked today's conference and today's contributions. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. So good evening.